Hello. Hello. Sorry, I was just helping Water Munch with something. Chat, I still don't have the full set of schematics for the gold farm, so today we'll be building things in creative mode. It should be all right, you know? We'll just be chatting, designing stuff. Should be an interesting kind of day. But welcome. Hello, Mac Cookies, Relmond, Pack of Blocks, A Internet Idiot, Cowmap, Reverie the Cloud, Biborka, Benz, Lillian, Official Dumbass, Lil Axis, Simon, Annie, Fukuda, Barracuda, Michael Ray, Beto, Crafty Gamer, Matt Strosher, Neramius, Vicky, Simply Cube 9012, Last, Some Random Artist, That Gay Zai, Emperor Fuego, Axolotl Finn, and all of the other guys, gals, and NB pals who I have missed or will continue to miss as stream carries on. Today, though, we'll be working on, I think, willow trees to start with. Maybe we'll work on some spruce trees afterwards, but I do kind of want to finish up designing a bunch of different trees just so I have, you know, trees to build with. It shouldn't be that incredibly shocking, though. Thing is, I'm not the best at building trees, which is also what part of this is. It is practice, and also I have a bunch of schematics at the end to just give to people. So it'll be good, it'll be bad, it'll be indifferent. I don't know. We'll be trying our best to make something that looks worthwhile. And as always, when it comes to trees, strip spruce is just kind of like the nicest one. And we need to grab some leaves. We'll go with dark oak. Yeah, we'll go with dark oak because it's easier to get than oak leaves. And we should also probably get some fences to use as thinner branches. What else? Glowberries probably work out quite well, which means I probably need shears to stop the glowberries from growing. What else? Stairs, maybe, to do a little sculpting of the whole thing. I've been doing good. How have you been doing? Sakura trees? We can make sakura trees later. Also, we can always take whatever trees we have and just do a palette swap with the leaves, so that way they become sakura trees. It's not the most difficult thing in the world to do. Yeah, we'll go with a couple different designs. Let's start recording this. And start recording this just in case. And I need to add in a poll. Of course I need to add in a poll. The poll should be about, I don't know. Does anybody do I want to turn on filter keys? No. Does anybody have an idea of what a poll I could run? I'm sitting here just trying to think of something relatively generic but interesting, and I can't think of anything. Jeez, what about Pango? How am I today? Chiraz, I'm spectacular today. Worst looking wood type? Pineapple on pizza? No, not pineapple on pizza. Breakfast cereals? Oh, here we go. Do you one moment. I got this. Let's find out where you guys stand in regards to breakfast cereals. Do you put milk then your cereal? Do you put cereal then your milk? Do you do just cereal? You just eat cereal out of the box because you're not a fan of milk? Or do you just not even eat cereal? It's interesting. Same walls check. Use to move on. True. My favorite book? I don't have a favorite book at this point in time. That's not true. It's The Hobbit. I just had to think about it for just like a brief moment of time. Okay, because before I was making a bunch of palm trees This time around, I want to make a bunch of willow trees. So that's what we'll be doing. Am I ignoring you? No, but I mean, I can if you want me to. It's not that hard to do. No, I cannot speak German. I mean, I probably could with enough practice, but as of right now, I do not speak German. Now, is it because there's anything wrong with the German language? No, I just don't know how to speak it. Let's see. We gotta start by getting a little bit of a curve in here, and then we'll add a little kind of S-bend going this way. Yeah, we got a little up to one side. Then I want this to branch up and over this way. Yeah, as that one's a little bit taller, then we need to add in a secondary branch that hangs a little bit lower. Of course, we'll have a bunch of drooping leaves coming off of that one. And I think we can do like one more branch down here maybe. And then we can start working on thickening things out, doing a little bit more shaping. And of course, adding in the leaves, which is going to be the fun part. That's a little too vertical. Maybe we pull it over to the side a touch more. No, because then I think it takes away the whole leaning aspect if we have it go like that. I don't know. We'll think about it. Cereal then milk is the only good option because if you put milk then cereal first, and you run the risk of spilling milk from the cereal landing in the bowl, but putting cereal first you avoid spilling. Unless you pour the milk too aggressively and it splashes off of the crisp cereal pieces and then splatters all over the counter. That's always a possibility. Okay, I do want to thicken out the base of this a little bit. Make it seem like it has some level of structural supports. Because right now, it's definitely lacking in that. It's too thin. This tree would not stand on its own, and the point of the tree is kind of, you know, to stand on its own. We'll see. This is making you want to build. You can always pop on and build as well. I mean, I am currently on your server, to be fair. That's just bad luck, or it's bad planning. You should have thought about it. You should have had your cereal. Should have had your cereal not splash all over the place. Let's drop one here. No, drop one back here. It doesn't have the curve that I kind of want. Maybe it needs to go up a little bit more. No. How about if it comes down a little bit? The thing is, these are mostly going to be covered by leaves, so you only really need to have the bottommost section of the branches, but it does help me a bit. Yeah, if we have them looping downwards, I think that should help my brain at least when it comes to making these look somewhat reasonable. Yeah. Because then of course all the branches will just go right over the sides. This is the first time a streamer started a comment. Yet one of the first things that you want to pop in the chat with is, why are you ignoring me? Weird champ. It's very strange. I don't understand. The trees are cool. I mean, we haven't really made them yet, unless you're talking about those ones. I think that this one is my favorite of all the palm trees because it just has an interesting branch design with like the center section. I don't know enough about leaves and grasses. I don't, but it has that like thicker center section with all of the other parts of the leaf coming off. Again, biology wise, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, so I can't accurately describe what is going on there. The ones in the background, yeah, the ones in the background are interesting. Hopefully this one can be somewhat reasonable. Yeah, we're gonna go and try and make some interesting willow trees today. Is this bad if I just throw in a little bit here to thicken this out? Because this one looks weird, but like I kind of need it there so it's a little bit thicker. Maybe if we add in 1 block here, 2 blocks there. That's kind of fine. This needs to be slightly thicker. Maybe like that. That's not terrible. It's not the worst thing in the world, you know? What a lovely live stream. Why, hello, OG. Welcome back to the stream. How you doing today? Ooh. I remade my my Instagrams this morning, both of them, because both of them got hacked a while ago, and I was kind of just too lazy to deal with it. But today I finally got around to remaking them. So I don't know if you're a huge Instagram fan, but I'll probably be posting my builds on Instagram again. It's been a while, so which means I can repost all of them. Yay, it'll be so lovely. Cross posting, we love it. You get a little bit more mileage out of the content that you make. Not the biggest fan of it, but like it is useful. So one annoying part about the businessy side of this is I have to do things that I find annoying, just because they are, you know, somewhat important to do. How am I? I'm doing good. How are you doing, Libor? Something on your channel the other day really do your stat. Oh, build stat? Why, thank you. Why, thank you. I try to make things look interesting. Most of the time. Sometimes I do get a little bit lazy. That's fair. I don't think anyone's disagreeing with you on that. For right now, we're gonna do a very nice trick. Position 2, where we replace the stripped spruce wood with stripped spruce wood. That way it is all fixed and in the same orientation going vertically, because it does drive me just the smallest bit insane when these blocks are just like kind of haphazardly different directions going up the tree. But that's just me, you know. That's just kind of that's what I am always frustrated by. Let's see, can we fit, how does it look if we put like a couple of those in there? That does not look great. I'm not a big fan of that. I don't know why I did it. I think it was just testing. Vox died in a creative world. That's unusual. Goodbye. Let's see, we do need some of these thinner branches coming down, but I'll probably deal with making these later after we put in a good amount of the dark oak leaves. That's rare. Go and build stuff in Minecraft, then go and build stuff in Minecraft. The real question is, do we go the slowest route and manually place in all of these leaves, or do we get a little bit of world edit brush and start painting around and then, you know, do a little shifting around magic at the end and do a little sculpting? Ronaldo or Messi? I'm asking everyone. I don't have an answer to that because I don't care about soccer that much. I enjoy playing soccer. I'm not really a spectator. I'm more of a doer than a watcher. Is that Willow? I mean, in the end, ideally, yeah. Okay, brush of a sphere of dark oak leaves, that have the persistent tag set to true, and air of size 5. That's not the number 5. We'll go 80% dark oak leaves. We'll go 20% air, and yes, that's fine. Make that brush. We will mask the air. That's what? That's way too much. Okay. we need to change these ratios a bit. We'll do 60-40. Maybe drop this down to size 3. That's still quite big. I kind of wish that I could make it as like a slightly more oblong sphere. But we'll see. We're gonna drop this down to 40% leaves, 60% air. 2. Ryan, you hate Ernie? I have no idea what Vox is talking about. Okay, yeah, that is a bit better for tacking leaves on. Whoa, definitely did not mean to put it over there. And then, yes, a little bit of painting goes a long way. So tilted. Okay, I don't know why, but I wish you the best of luck. I like Trahan, the YouTuber. Never heard of him. A spheroid? Yeah, an oblate spheroid would be like the ideal building block right now. Let's see. We got these going around. Because the one thing that I don't like about using world edit brushes like this, for one, I have to do quite a bit of sculpting at the end. But also additionally, like, I don't know, it doesn't get the right like droopiness, you know? It does have the right amount of like, yeah, like fluff at the top. That's not the concern for the most part, especially since these are willow trees. I want them to be drooping downwards, which means they have to come down quite a ways, and this has to be relatively handcrafted. Yeah, because if they're not like drooping down, then it doesn't look like a willow tree. It just looks like a weird oak tree. It's a very oddly shaped one. Let's do that. And then the other thing is there's just so many leaves involved in this entire build now. Yeah, we're just gonna have to keep pulling these down a little bit. Isn't a spheroid a dodecahedron? No. A spheroid is ambiguous as to exactly what it is. It's a collection of different sphere-ish shapes. Right? Am I wrong on that? Y'all confuse me whenever you ask questions. A sad oak? That is, I guess, one way to think of a willow tree. They are just kind of like sad, droopy oak trees. What if we add in like one like that? Yeah, to the point where it's like, was it even that beneficial to put in all of the pasted leaves at the top if I am going to have to just come back in here and remove most of them? I don't know. I think for the second one, I really should just do it manually. At least throw in all of these, and then we can put things on the top. So my ultimates, I did one cycle storm terror finally. Oh, let's go, Sam. You are finally where I was so long ago at this point. Yeah, it is really sad that it took you ages to do that. Because we can do stuff like this. But then the other thing that I'm thinking of is we can throw in glowberries for more drippy vines. The problem with the glowberries is they have to be adhered to something that is not a leaf. If you could make it so you could attach glowberries to the bottom side of a leaf, I would be exceptionally happy. But they have to go on something else, which I think means there's going to be a detail at the end. And then we'll just throw in little wood blocks at the top to make it, to, of course, make it so it can attach. But we're not going to worry too much about those right now. We're just going to keep making the tree all droopy. Droopy and sad. That is the goal when it comes to willow trees. They need to look depressed. Then you know that you've done something correctly. Yeah, and then getting this shape on the outside is going to be a little annoying. It's okay. We got time. We got like all day today. That's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be making willow trees today. Probably a couple. More than just... I would like to do maybe 15 if possible, but I don't know how long it's going to take to do even some of these. And I am really just waiting for Kiku to get back to me on when they're available to talk about the project I'm working on in hardcore right now, of course. You attach glowberries to string? No, nothing attaches to string. I mean, I guess you can place carpets on top of string. But that's not really like, I don't know, that's not really string adherence, you know? There's something else. More like how trees. Me when I'm trying to make willow trees. Max, when are we gonna do cooperative building and designing schematics together? It could go well. It could go well. I'm currently in the nature phase of making trees because I need a lot of tree schematics for the future, and I would prefer to just make them all right now, so that way when I need them, I just have them and I don't have to really think about it. What sort of schems? The thing I would like the most help with would probably be buildings, because I'm not the greatest at building buildings. But yeah, I do kind of fine, I think, with plants. Chat, what do you guys think? Am I okay at making plants or no? Cereal, then milk. Wait, how many people just say they don't eat cereal? 12%? 8% just cereal, no milk? Half as many people just eat plain cereal without milk. At least it seems like there's a consensus between the people that put milk in the cereal. That's a little strange. I don't really like the outside look of that. It seems a little off, you know? What if this comes down a bit and then something more like this to make it a little spicier on the outside? Not a big fan of that one. Maybe something like that. I don't like that one either. What if we do this? Now that's something for sure. They're okay with building plans. Nice. I'd love to see you make a treehouse in a willow tree, like a big tree. It would have to be huge. Just the Adventure Time tree at that point. It would be fun to make the Adventure Time tree, except for the fact that so many people already have that it's something where I would probably just feel bad when I made it, because I would see somebody else having done it significantly better. But it would still, I think, be a fun project despite that. You said cereal without milk for the memes? No, I eat cereal without milk. I don't really like milk. Milk. There's no good way to say it. It's bad no matter what. I'm not a huge fan. I like having milk as an ingredient when I make other things, but as itself, just a liquid to partake in? No, not really. It's kind of gross, you know? That's just me. So without milk, juice maybe? What? No, not putting a different liquid in it. Just eat the cereal dry, you know? No, don't eat the bowl. That's about the dumbest option you could come up with. The Julian Smith reference? Maybe? I can't say I remember the reference that I'm making. It's been so long. But there's potential, yeah, I guess. Let's do some more troopy ones back here. And the more like little encased areas like this we have, the easier it will be to throw in like one log and then attach a bunch of glow berries too. I mean, these are more like creative mode schematics, you know? Like, this is something where you would just paste the whole thing in. I don't know about building this in survival. It is a little bit of a tedious task. I mean, that's kind of what I do for survival. I don't know if a bunch of other people want to do it. And the whole point of this series is, I believe, at least that was my plan at the time, was to make schematics that other people would be able to just paste into their world or build in survival mode. And if it's not really a survival friendly build, it kind of goes against the thing, but also not really, because you need schematics for the not survival friendly builds. The survival friendly ones, you can just make them in survival. Like, why are you building off a schematic? Just design it yourself, forehead, you know? See how 10 million would be much simpler? Would you rather be 6 years old with the knowledge you have now, or 10 million in cash right now? What? That's the thing. If I was a child with all of the knowledge that I have right now, if we just went back in time and I was like, Dad, you gotta buy Bitcoin. Dad, buy Bitcoin and then sell before crypto crashes. My father would not be like, oh, all right, small child, here's all of my money. Go buy Bitcoin. He'd be like, I don't know what that is. Your advice might be useful, but I'm not gonna listen to it because you're a kid. You know? You also have to some degree, take some manner of respect back with you. Otherwise, what's the point of being a child again? You've accomplished nothing other than people don't respect you anymore. So I feel like it would be more useful to just have $10 million right now. Also, if you go back in time as a kid, there's not a guarantee that you will even make $10 million. Personally, though, I would probably say give me youth. I can never buy more time, no matter how much money I possess. For now, at least. Maybe that'll change. Hopefully not. Be really rough if just the rich people lived forever and the poor people didn't. You're like, yeah, you can just keep getting more poors to do all of the work while we will just live on in perpetuity. That'd be quite depressing, I must say so myself. I think this tree looks good. I think it's mediocre at best right now. And then there's all of these sections, which I'm not the biggest fan of. Something like that. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to use world edit brushes for making the leaves in the next one. Maybe to just do a little bit around the top. But overall, I don't think it gives the right vibe that I'm looking for with these layered leaves over here. Because there's a very specific way that I want them to droop over, and it kind of looks like they're drooping down and then something else is just like smushed on top, you know? Timed Out, Justin Timberlake movie? No, that's Just in Time. Oh, what is that movie called? Where they have where they got time for currency, which was actually a pretty good movie. If I remember correctly. Maybe it was trash. I thought it was interesting. I don't remember. Was Cillian Murphy in that movie? It's a relative bit of a throwback for me. I'm In Time. There you go. I was close with the Justin one. Let's see. Yeah, I don't really like how the top of this looks then either. I do want it to be like a touch smoother. It's a little too speckly. Do something like that. And then we have these, yeah, these weird floating ones, which I'm not the biggest fan of. Yeah, Murphy is in it. Oh, let's go. I knew it. Oh, Rennie's doing something. Is not secure, which means it might have been modified by the server. That's so weird. Getting kicked for sending too many packets. Rennie, what are you doing? Why would you do that? Let's do something like that, maybe. Okay, what do you guys think of the tree in its current state? Does it look like a willow tree? I think it does a little bit. What happens if I chop out a middle section? Also, do you guys want me to play RuneScape with Max on stream? Because I think that'd be very funny. We can always just do it off stream, but I do kind of want to play RuneScape again. Because it would just be like, kind of like silly and stupid. And it's been a while since I've played like any games just to be goofy, you know? Okay, and then we set that down. Sure, why not? I don't know. Maybe you're like, God, I hate RuneScape. It's giving me a PTSD. And I'd be like, that shouldn't happen. It's just a video game. Tell me more. Let's see if we trip these really far down. How does that look in comparison? I do like those, which is why I really wish I could just attach them to stuff out here. Maybe what are other green blocks? Maybe green wool is the best bet. If I need it to attach to something that's not normally there. Yeah, because that makes sense. The vines are growing off of the bottom of a wool block. That at least fits it in a little bit better. You're saying moss? Yeah, I guess you're right. Moss would be a little bit better. I just straight up did not swap that out. There we go. Moss. And I don't understand. Just let the vines grow on the side, you know? Yeah, that's a very, very helpful suggestion too. Thank you very much. How does that look on the side? It looks a little off. But if we put it up here, it probably looks perfectly fine. Yeah. And then if you want a little light coming out from under the tree, you can always throw in a couple of glowberries on the vines, you know? Use birch leaves? No. I think you're going to be part of our education system in the US. Literally taught me all the signs of a scam. What do you, Max, did you ever fall for the horse betting? That was the, oh, that was the best. The double or nothing with the horses. That was, I think, that was my first RuneScape scam. Oh, it was so good. Where people would just take out the, what, I don't even remember what they're called. Were they just toy horses? And they would say, have like different dialogue lines. And depending on which one would randomly pop up, you would either double your money or lose it. RuneScape scams were definitely the OG scams in my life. Let's do that. Yeah. I want another one in here. We can do this. Yeah, that definitely gives it a, it gives it volume in a somewhat more natural way. Whereas like this is a different color and texture and width, and it blends in a little bit more instead of everything just being the same block over and over and over again. There's no bike came out of Zamorak play once. Oh my god, that is heartbreaking. Max, no. Oh, poor youthful Max losing the Zamorak plate. Oh, that's so sad. I don't think I ever had anything that valuable because I just did stupid stuff like running rune essence back and forth to the bank and like just going to Lumbee being like, oh my god, look at all of these free cow hides that people are laying on the ground. And then I would take all the cow hides with me and be like, I can flip these on the Grand Exchange. This is the easiest money of my life. I'm just running back and forth. It's a free like 10,000 GP every time. Rune Essence grind was nutty. It was so bad. One of the worst parts of the entire game. Let me tell you, I did not become rich off of the cowhide. No, young me was not a financial beast, okay? He's kind of an idiot. But that's okay. He didn't need to be like a financial savant. He was having fun playing a video game. That's all that really mattered. Yeah, and then there's this whole section that does not have any glowberries. Nice. And then we can throw in another one over here. Yeah, moss suggestion 10 out of 10 suggestion. Who was that, by the way? Such a waste of time. I'm cringing. Yeah, it was a waste of time. I realized that it was really bad, but I had fun with it. I was like, oh, this is great. I'm gonna be rich. And I was rich enough for me to be happy as a kid. That's all that really mattered. Let's drop one of these down for that. Because now I like a part of me does kind of want to waste my time again in RuneScape doing like the same pointless stuff. But I know I could do significantly better now that I am an adult and have, like, you know, a brain inside of my skull. Goodbye, Mats, for now. See you next time. There's a reason they left it on the ground. Yeah, because they were like leveling up something and they didn't feel like collecting all of it. Oh, I think one of the best things that ever happened to me in RuneScape was when I accidentally popped in on this one guy who was drop trading things between his accounts. And I picked up several stacks of just tens of thousands of runes. And he was like, hey, give me my stuff back. And I logged out. And then I think for like the next month or two, I was terrified that he was going to get my account banned. He was going to report me and have all of my things taken away from me. Oh, you got a Baiju profile picture? Let's go. Are you excited for Baiju to eventually become a playable character? Let's see. I don't like the height at which that was at. Maybe that one's a little bit better. This one should go down one though. Stop that from growing. Yeah, we definitely need something in here. But I was terrified. They were they were like so angry at me. I don't remember if they were threatening me or not, but oh, it felt like it, that's for sure. Fireflies would look good on the tree. Yeah, you're not wrong. You know what else would be great? If I just threw in a couple of spore blossoms. Okay, how is that for a willow tree? Does it look willowy enough? Maybe? This is where I need the feedback, you guys. I put in the effort to make it look willowy to the best of my abilities. There's always like another spot that could just use some glowberry vines. I can't believe this. YouTube finally fixed the like button. What? Wait, is that true? Can someone else in chat confirm that for me? If you hit the like button, does the number go up? If so, this is huge news. Huge news. Let's see. There's also this section here. This is PG thing only. I think it is a story of when I was thieving in Great Korend. Well, seeing as how I've never heard of that place is definitely P2P. Huge if true. Exactly. See, Sam understands. Let's drop something like this in here. Yeah, that fills that out a little bit. This still feels like it was a little too dented in. I am still somewhat uncertain if that looks like a willow tree, but I feel like you guys are gonna be like, yeah, it looks like a willow tree. What are you complaining about? But then there's just like the little bit of perfectionist within me that's like, hey, is it really a willow tree though? I mean, you can make it better. And that is the demon that I fight with every day. The one that tells me to just keep working. Because you could improve, you know? Let's see. That's... Because then if I do something like that, where I bump it out a little bit more... Oh my goodness. Where's Baiju profile picture person? What did they say? I'll die and come back to life when we get him a playable character. Oh, he's been teased for so long, but he will at some point be in the game. I'm sure of it. Just keep waiting. It'll only be like another couple of years, right? Have patience. Have patience, young grasshopper. In the middle of the crown, be a bit taller. That's the thing, yeah. Rim for tree building, mangrove roots would make for a great texture. Here's a little tip for you. I'm doing all of my builds with 118 only blocks because I'm in 118. So I'm not going to be using those at all. Hey, you're saying bump up these a little bit more, which I understand. It is a little, oops, a little flat over here. Yeah, it's not that I dislike the mangrove blocks. I just can't get them, so I am not building with them. Let's see, is that a little bit better? Yeah, so it's less flat on top, a little more curl to it, you know? My favorite color would be cyan and pink. You have to stop at the right point to make it worse. I know. That's always tough, though. I think it's looking good. Yes. What happens? Okay. So what happens if I go select the tree, go from there to here, and we do a little replacement. Replace maybe. Okay, well, either way, it's the dark oak leaves with, I want to go with 90% dark oak leaves and 10% moss blocks. Of course, not forgetting to give the persistent tag to the dark oak leaves. Oh. It's just a general idea. Does it look better or worse? I know it doesn't look good because these are just randomly in here and crap, but like as the mixture of blocks for the texture, and then I'll just manually texture it. No, I know it looks better before. I'm not saying specifically is this an improvement. I'm saying is this combination an improvement versus before. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. What about the jungle leaves? Those look like they have flowers or at least some variation. And we'll throw in some jungle leaves. Jungle leaves, which are also persistent, because that's not like a huge difference. It's so small of a difference in visualization that I don't like it though. The texturing was a bit darker. Let's see. We can't really go darker leaf wise because this texturally because I kind of want to paint the leaves to be a little bit darker, and that's like the only darker leaf that we have. No, I know they're gonna change color based on biome. What about birch? Is that lighter than dark or darker? No, that is darker. That's better. So maybe we paint in with that brush sphere of birch leaves, persistent. Let's go with size 2. And then mask out the dark oak leaves. Like if I do something like that, I know that's not great, but I can use that to then paint like shadows onto the tree. Oh, I also need to remember that each click is quite a lot actually. Let's do 1. Something like that. But I feel like it could look nice if I just throw a little bit of like a darker strip in the middle here. Maybe I need to just set this down to 1 in size. Yeah, so if we swap this down to an individual block, then I can do a little bit of dithering on the edges, make it so it blends a little bit more rather than having it be just a generic, this is a large block of this one leaf. Of course, we'll have to mess around with it a little bit to see it first. 'Cause I think that's nice though, a little bit darker there, to give a little hint of it being like a shadow in the middle. Something like that, and then maybe throw in a couple more on the underside of these, especially in here. Something like that. I think it's definitely nice in it giving it more contrast, but I don't know if I'm painting it in properly. If an RL reference nearby, I have like 8 or 9. That doesn't mean I'm good at following references. Let's see. That's not where I wanted that one. I really should just have a brush that's just the dark oak, so I can just paint it back. Because this should really be something more like that. Is there a leaf that's lighter for highlighting? I don't know. Oh, well, there's azalea leaves are definitely lighter. We could try and throw in some of those for a little bit of highlight. They're just kind of also a bit smoother though. Seems great. I'm glad to be a part of it. Bye. Goodbye for now, X Owls. We'll see you next time. The tree needs more brown tones up top, like the spruce fences under some of the dripping leaves. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, definitely not that one. Dark oak, dark oak. No, not there. Actually, maybe, yeah. I just want this to have a little bit more like spacing to it. Maybe something like that. This is confusing because normally I just throw on just one set of leaves and then it's just done. Giant tree with nether portal inside of it. I mean, I've already done that a couple of times, so I could always do it again. Sure. Yeah, and then I think we throw in a couple more of these. Yeah, as far as the adding in more fences at the end, I already said I was going to do that like at the end, at the beginning, because it's not the most important thing to do right now. Okay, I definitely want there to be and this, something like that. And then we can throw in a little bit of shadow in here. Maybe like that. If this comes down a little. This is tough. This is tough. When it comes to trees, I'm used to just doing all of the exact same leaf type. So this is definitely a new learning process for me. Just kind of add in a little bit of shading here and there. And it's hard to tell whether or not I'm making it better or just worse. It's not tough. Those are leaves. Funny. It is tough though. Max, leaves are very difficult for me. Let's throw in some of these in here just to add a little bit of dither to that. Yeah, and then I think I just get a different brush and throw this in for the azalea leaves. Brush sphere, azalea leaves, persistent, true, size 0, mask off. Right, because then we have a little bit of a highlight on the top of that one. At this scale, it's like so hard to tell if I've done anything. Like, can you even see that there's a highlight on those? I don't even know. Can't even make a tree out of a sapling. That is crazy. That's really bad. Where did your skills go? Okay, we'll definitely just paint more of these on top. This is something where I don't know if anyone will even notice the highlighting though, because it's so subtle. But isn't that part of what makes it good? It doesn't need to be the most like stand out part of the whole piece. Yeah, and then a little bit of a highlight over here. Something like, let's see that. Is that better? It's hard to tell. Today's mangrove leaves, we were 118. Yeah, we are in 118. Others I'd use mangrove leaves in the mangrove roots as well, because the roots are pretty nice. Right here first, mangrove leaves are incredible tree blocks. No, I know they are. I think that looks great. Because we're gonna have to do this again. And then we're gonna have to do it again. And then again. And then again. I think what this needs a little bit more shadow underneath of this. Yeah, and then these ones aren't birch leaves. No. Okay. There you go. That's shading right there. Something. Okay, we can throw in more fences now for the extra little branches. If it's useful. Thing is, if I even throw those in there, can you see them? A little bit. What does it look like if I do something like that? Does that look good or bad? I think that looks good. Just that to add in the notion of some branches peeking out at the bottom. Right? Then I have to make sure that they're not all at the exact same height too. It looks good up close and far away. That's good. It's good to hear. Like, it looks really bad from far away. Now that would be upsetting. That's not what you want to hear. Let's throw this in. Yeah. We can do maybe something up there. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I like these happening over here. Not like that though. Right? Because that gives you the feel that the branches are, oops, hanging down a little bit. This one's significantly more complicated than the previous trees I made. This is what we spent, yeah, like an hour on just this one. I mean, it would be better to have fewer things that look nice rather than a bunch of things that look like garbage. At least that's the hope, you know, that even in the end they still look okay. That's good there. Yeah. We'll throw in some there. And I guess right now it's really just to try and like catch up putting them around everywhere else within the tree. Not that anyone's gonna look up there and see those. But hey, if they ever do, they're gonna be like, wow, the attention to detail is impeccable, you know? Some might have a good point with overworked. Let me try a new draft, come back to this one. You think it's too much? I just want to make sure it's like relatively even around design wise. Could use more roots. Willows don't tend to have a bunch of roots sticking up out of the ground though. Their roots go very deep. They're not so much as like shallow and all over the place. They just kind of go down. They're always looking for water. You'll throw one in here. I don't think it's overworked yet. Might be if I put that there though. Yeah, I don't like how that looks. Just one is okay. I think for the next one, I really need to try and get the branches to push further away from the tree. Because willow trees do have pretty long branches coming out away from it. Willow trees create a network of shelters from the tree in every direction. You know, we were making a willow. There's a tree that looks like a willow near where I live. Well, you didn't know we were making a willow? Oh, okay, then we've done something wrong, that's for sure. Well, let's try again. There's nothing wrong with starting all over from scratch. So what we need to do right now is grab... Actually, I guess it doesn't really matter what we build with. I'm just going to replace it anyways. We need to build the main section of the tree. Okay, this is gonna go up, and then I think we'll go up from here. This one I want to make like quite a bit taller, so that way the branches can go out by quite a ways. I do want to get a little bit of a kind of S-bend going on over here. Let's see. We get it going like so. Does that look shape-wise? Yeah, kind of going up that way. If this comes down a bit, this comes down a bit more. That makes it make a little bit more sense. All of these are going to be replaced anyway, so I'm not just going to have the main stem of this actually be planks. Though, I mean, that could always be an option. I just don't think I will be doing that. Let's have this come out a little more at this side. Because we really are just sculpting through 3D space, which means there's so many degrees of freedom to worry about. Bending through, like, Yeah, there's one branch. Then we need another one coming. Let's see. That's that way. More. More up and over. Yeah, because essentially the leaves are okay. Already better than you can make. There's not even any leaves on this one. What are you talking about? Max, you telling me you're not the greatest weeping willow tree designer in Minecraft? Guess I have to go find a new friend. That is the entire reason I talked to you. I could have sworn that was why. Let me take this. I think we go up a little bit more. Okay. One over again, then down. Then we'll go down quite a ways. Yeah. That's fine for shape. Yeah, and then if we have a thicker trunk, what do you think of this so far? I made 8 in all my 13 years of playing. 8 willow trees? Oh, I thought you were gonna say like only 8 trees and be like, that's way too few. Goodbye, Simon. Goodbye for now. I've done other types of trees. There's reason to build so few willows because they're really confusing. The trees from scratch survival 99% of the process, looking back from every angle, making sure it looks good. Yup. Just a lot of flying away and coming back. Very, very true. Okay, we'll pull this way. And then down. Here with the paycheck, accept my money. Thank you, Jules. You don't have to give me your money though. I just appreciate you being here and chatting. Ideally, the videos are where all the money comes in. But thank you for the super chat nonetheless. I'm glad you got your paycheck today. You gotta save it for something a little more interesting than just me though. Get yourself a KitchenAid. No, I'm not just biased because I just got one. Okay. No. I would not. Are we donating? No, you're not, Vox. No, you're not donating. Stop. Next month. Which is tomorrow. Crap. Your trunk would help with the shaping. Obviously, these will help a lot too. Planting out branches. Well, I'm not talking about the shape of the trunk. I'm talking about just the shape of the branches. The one thing is, then it kind of becomes a relatively like rectangular shape because of how thin it is this way. And I feel like if I pull a branch out towards the front, it's just gonna look a little funky. I mean, we're still gonna try, but I feel like I'm going to end up deleting this one, but we'll see. Excuse me. There we go. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like this branch coming out of the front. I knew it. I knew I wouldn't like it either. I tend to build trees that like only exist within one flat plane because they look weird in any other direction except the front and the back. Looks okay from that side. Then we could also, let's see. There's also willow trees that have just like a slightly higher canopy. Like that high. Yeah, and then this would have branches drooping out as well. Yeah, and then this, so it'll be the lower ones kind of popping out, and then the I only have bills due. You are my hobby. That's not weird. What? I'm the hobby? Just watching streams and chatting with people here. I guess that's fair. I don't have any hobbies you want to spend money on though. To be fair, I don't really either. Besides like cooking food, but I already just bought a KitchenAid, so there's nothing else to buy. I don't know. I guess I'm not the best example either, because I'm kind of in the same boat. This is all I do. I don't have other things. Let's see. Yeah, that looks fine. But I definitely need another branch coming off the back. Maybe one coming off the front as well. Yeah, like that. Yeah, and then with everything drooping in different sections, this one should be fun. Vacation to the mountains because I'm a geology nerd. Let's go. See, there you go. Save up for a vacation to the mountains. You just came up with something exceptionally cool. A mountain vacation? Take me with you? No, that sounds like it'd be a blast. Going for geology reasons, not for like because you like hiking or something. Just for the rocks. Like, oh, this mountain rocks. Yes, I think that's reasonable for a canopy. And then of course we will swap this out with a bunch of different blocks. Why do the men so you can build them in Minecraft? True. I really should do more mountain schematics. I mean, several people have asked me for them already anyways, and I do enjoy mountain sculpting. Thing is, I'm just bad with things that are not, at least in my opinion, I'm bad with things that are not natural looking. If it's not a plant or a rock or something that is very organic, I can't do it. I don't know what to say. It's just too hard. I find myself struggling. Favorite bread to bake? I don't know. The ciabatta that I made the other day didn't turn out exactly how I wanted, but it was delicious. So maybe ciabatta. It is quite fun to make as well. It's very high hydration dough, so it's a little stressful to work with, but also that's like kind of the fun. You know, I enjoy a good challenge when it comes to culinary endeavors. Okay, that's fine if we go up. Yeah. And then thicken this branch out a little bit. Looks a little funky. Something like this. I just gotta thicken out the base of these. There's not much more we can do as the branches go out because they're just getting too thin anyways. I would ideally make them with less than one full block in size, but the only thing that really works for that is fences, and fences don't really go horizontally, so this is kind of what we got. Watching you pre-last vid, you're freaking insane. Good way or bad way? Like, do you think I'm a crazy person? Or like, ah, you're crazy, man. Like, you're going off. Every tree is different and unique. True. Which is why they're so much easier to make. If you make a building wrong, everybody knows. If you build a tree wrong, everyone's like, that's a weird tree, but okay. You know, there's a little bit more acceptance for things to look off. Yeah, I think that's good. I think that's good. What if we pull up these a little bit? Flatten that out a little. Yeah, I like that. I like that. We'll go with this. This will be the base of our tree. You're saying the best possible way? Why, thank you. There's two. Replace. They are spruce planks with stripped spruce wood. There we go. So that way they're all going in the same direction. They look a little bit nicer. Personally, I think I am just gonna stick with the spruce because I really like how it looks. you know, maybe you guys think that it looks like trash. I don't know. Slab me up, boy. Thank you for that. My favorite tree, I don't know if I have one. In real life it would be willow trees. I think they're the most beautiful trees that exist. And what if we do that? Something like that. Throw in a little bit more texture into the bottom. Not that I always want the whole thing to look like it's covered in stairs, but sometimes it is like, I don't know, it is like the right vibe. Maybe. Yeah, and the thing is, most of these are going to be covered up anyways. It's one of those things where it's like, how useful is it really, you know? Hopefully at least just a tiny bit. I'll do that. Yeah. A little bit there, and then everything on the top should be covered up for the most part with leaves, so we don't have to worry about that. I will put another one in there. Oh, we have this side in the front. Yeah. The rest we're gonna cover up. It's like they don't really even need to be there all that much. See an aspen forest in the fall can't be beat. Which type of tree is aspen as well? Oh yeah. Yes, absolutely. Especially when I was out in the mountains in Montana. That was sick. It was a very beautiful time. Okay, now we're going back in with dark oak leaves, and we're gonna be putting in essentially all of them by hand. So that way I can get the shape that I want. We can always bulk it out later. And also we can keep everything a little bit closer together. And I did most of the previous tree by hand anyways. Bye for now, Nikita. Have a very lovely rest of your day. Yeah, and then we can keep these a little bit like tighter together, and they don't have to be as bulky as that one. Because I do really kind of want it to just pour off of the sides a little bit as the general feel. So every time there's something like this, we'll do a little loop over. And as it gets closer to these sections of the branches, I think we just kind of stop, because I want them to be like little clusters. And then we can work on filling them out later, but I think what we should do is, yeah, just work on them piecemeal a little bit like that. Just do one little cluster, next little cluster, do all of those, and then fill in the empty gaps. I think it'll look a little bit more like a willow tree. That's the hope, at least. That's what we're going for. Will we succeed? I don't know. We'll have to try. That's the best I got. These are tall conifers that sort of look like upgrade versions of Minecraft spruce trees. Yeah, but what about those baobab trees, which no one voted for the other day, which I always think are very cool trees. But apparently most people don't think that. Most people are just like they're mid somehow. They're so cool looking though. Run that down. Yeah, as far as like describing the process behind this, I have no idea. You just kind of take the part that doesn't look like a tree, and then you just like do your best to make it look like a tree, and hopefully you end up with something that looks like a tree at the end. I could explain it better if I actually understood what I was doing, but for right now, I wouldn't say that I do necessarily know. Because the thing is with willow trees, they seem to have like those drooping clusters at the very ends of the branches, not like really internally. Like this one's completely filled out, whereas this one I think will look a bit more like an actual willow tree, because it has like this cluster here, that cluster there kind of deal, you know. And subscribe for 5 years, not even possible, but very interesting. How'd you swing that one? Who'd you talk to get a time machine and go back in time and then make me an account? Because that's the part that I find the most incredible. My webcam's super out of sync with the audio. Joy. I don't understand why it does that sometimes. Dun, 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 dun. I mean, subscribed since 1951. It seems like it's a full second off today. Sub since 2010. It's crazy. It's almost as crazy as the person that subbed before YouTube was invented. That's the most impressive one. Went back in time, made the website, made me an account for the website, and subscribed. Now that's pretty gnarly. Something like this. Keep adding more leaves in. I don't know how you could do a willow tree design like this without just using a ton of leaves. These are the oak ones. You can kind of just randomly delete them. You can delete all the leaves on the interior just to thin it out a little bit. No one really seems to notice. But because all of these are necessarily connected to each other to make the long vines, you can't really do the same thing. Oh, I'm descending too fast for creative mode. Depends on time traveling. Do I think it's possible? You can always travel forward in time. I'm doing it right now. Hi, Frixie. So yes, depends on what kind of time traveling you want, though. Time traveling in some capacity, definitely possible. It might just not be what you want. You might not find it that exciting. Regular Minecraft vines now using string. Oh, true. True. It is really annoying that you can't. That they implemented it for one thing and not the other. But my guess is just that for some reason, code-wise, it's just easier to do it with one and not both of them. Yep, that looks good. I'll use a boatload of leaves worth it because they look dope. I thank you. Hopefully they do look dope in the end. Whoops, that was not intentional. If I really cared about building this in survival, I would go in and remove all of the unnecessary blocks as well that are just like hidden inside, just to make it a little bit more convenient to build, because it would save some leaves. But I don't think I'm going to do that at this point. I'd rather just go deforest a forest, you know, a large swath of the world, just to get a bunch more dark oak leaves that I then don't have to worry about how many I'm wasting on building something relatively inefficiently, when I could be doing it with slightly fewer resources. Yeah, it's not the most important thing in the world, but a lot of the times it is very useful, especially for people early on in their survival worlds, to have things optimized material wise. Let's do that. Let's see. Yeah. And then I think once we get to this part, we will leave this tuft off. We do not need to build any more of it. Yeah, I keep doing that. I'm making the very end of this significantly like droopier than the middle section, when they should all be relatively equally dropping down. Let's see. I think that already does look quite a bit better, which of course we have so much more to fill in though. I love the idea for using some flowering azaleas in there for color. Oh, just a little bit of a highlight. Yeah, it wasn't my idea though, but I agree, it was a good one. It looks better. Yeah, that one looks crappy. We spent an hour on that too. That's funny, because I don't think it looks good at all. The first one never looks good. I don't know how I would do this part faster. There's gotta be some way to relatively optimize designing trees like this. I'm not entirely sure. There's gotta be something. 81 minutes? I mean, that's how long the stream's been going on now. We've only built one tree. We're working on the second one. So yeah, we're not going super speedy today in our designs. I would like to pick up the pace a little bit, you know, build a little more efficiently. That's not always how it works. This is a decent oak tree if you swap spruce for oak wood. It's supposed to be a willow tree though. That's the point. The point was for it to be not an oak tree. If I wanted it to be an oak tree, it wouldn't look like that because it doesn't look like an oak tree. And no, just swapping out the wood inside is not a solution for it. A cherry tree next? No, I'm just making willow trees today. I'm trying to practice this specific plant. First one was a chunky willow. Yeah, extra thick. Not the greatest tree I've ever made by any stretch of the imagination. Not even remotely close. Get that out of here. Let's pull this down. Yeah, but then the problem is, like, this one is still quite a bit much to build in survival. This one is now just significantly more gargantuan. Oh boy. But it'll be nice once we have it done. Then we can give it out to everybody to have for free. It's one of those things where it's like, I kind of wish the shorts that I posted for the previous ones would do better, just so more people would get the schematics. I don't really care about people watching this. It's not like me saying, hey, I got you a bunch of trees is the most visually interesting thing in the world. This builder just more talking. It looks swell. That one? No. That one does not look great. As far as willow trees go, I don't think it looks that good. Let's thicken that out a little bit. Pull these down a little. And then make that look a little bit better. And I'm always punching out the wrong things. Lila X Ice, or is it Lila X Ice? Thank you for becoming a big slime. Welcome to the channel. Is a lovely channel member. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Noob not in the know. Where do the schematics get published? There is a series on my channel of YouTube shorts. So if you just go to my channel and go to the short section, they will be there. They're in the descriptions of those specific videos. Currently don't publish them anywhere else. And the schematics that I have that are not in those videos are available for the big slimes or patrons on Patreon. Yeah, that looks fine. And we'll throw up this one. Has lilacs ice. Like lilacs or lilacs? Like relax. Welcome back. I'm Ergim. Welcome. Droop City, yeah. What was that tree you built with end rods? Did I build a tree with end rods? Did I? MP? Okay, MP. Did I build a tree with end rods? I don't know the answer to that. It's possible, I guess. I don't believe I did, but you never know. So Fwip? Yeah, I know Fwip made a really big one. But I was like, did I at any point put end rods in? Oh, wait. Are you talking about the really big tree from the mushroom forest that has a bunch of end rod stars around it? Maybe that's it. It's either you're talking about Fwip and not me, or the end rod stars is what you're referencing. Birch trunk, yellow leaves, trust will be gorgeous. Oh no, I know. I love making yellow birch trees. They're very, very pretty. Not the Fwip tree. Not the biggest fans of the Fwip tree around here. It's an interesting looking one for sure. How's that? Yeah, I just wish I mean, the glow berries are like the nice change in texture. I just wish there was like a green wall that was like this color green. And don't go off about like prismarine and stuff. That's not the right color. You know it's not the right color. If there was dark prismarine wall, maybe that, but that's not it. Let's see. We got more over here. Might be wrong, I thought that was you. Yeah, no, I did not make a tree with a bunch of end rods for leaves. I'm too lazy to build that. I made sure my giant tree was buildable within a day. I mean, it took like what, 12 hours to build it, but that's really not that bad compared to many of the things that I do. It did take an awful time to get all the materials for it, but like, hey, it was doable within 24 hours. That was interesting. End rod stars is a beautiful landscape. Yeah, I did the end rod stars. I didn't make a tree with end rod leaves though. That was somebody else, which I have been confused for on multiple occasions. It's just fine. I don't care. I just want to set the record straight. I didn't build it. You flatter me. I could never build a tree like that. I could never bring myself to do that to my world. Some trees made with saplings and ferns as leaves? Well, yes, but you can't do that in survival mode, so it's not very useful. Yeah, like they're very nice vines to make, but it's not something you can do as a survival player. It's not an option. For creative mode building, yes, absolutely. Go off, you can make them look like that, whatever. They do look great, but like I can't do it myself in this world. It's a little beyond me. Oh, landed on another branch. Maybe we do only do 2 willow trees today. How many times can I click on this before my finger breaks? It's an interesting question that we rarely get the answer to. But today we might just be able to find out. Maybe it's like 400, a couple thousand. Oh, no, 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 no. 1 second. I need to. Oh, oh, Kiku responded to me like an hour ago. No. Why is it always when I'm streaming? It's the only time people really seem to respond to my DMs. When it's inconvenient for me. Is that confirmation bias? 100%. Am I still gonna act like it's not? Yes, of course. Of course I'll act like it isn't. Let's throw in a couple more of these. Then I think we can punch these up a little bit. Pull this down. Okay, we'll bring that out a little bit. There we go. It's one of those things. It's where I kind of wish I could stand at a distance and then just like kind of like paintbrush them in by hand, because flying around and placing everything definitely doesn't feel like it's the most efficient way to do this. But I don't know of any more efficient way to do this, sadly. Besides just clicking really fast and just flying around. Anyways, I love making trees, putting lots of air blocks around the branch at the top and letting the leaves have a block or two between the branch. All right. Sounds like a nice way to build them. Gives you a little more like puff and fluff to it. No, I'm going for a little bit of a skinnier look with this one. Bring an alt and position them further away. Occasionally switch to that window. That's an interesting strategy for sure. I just meant with the knowing that I'm going in here and like pulling these down quite a ways. There's like, it feels like there's got to be a faster way to just go burp, burp, burp as we're going around. What, bring an alt and then just look from a distance? I mean, that is partially why I just do this, because that's a bit faster, and then I go back to exactly where I was. Which is why the free cam is super nice. How about that? And then we have this section here. Finishing up and publishing a mod. Kiku's working on a mod? That's so cool. I know the perfect question to ask. What's the mod? You know, that way we can at least find out the answer. Let's see. Not that. It is a little too thin in here. Like you can see through the leaves in a way that I don't necessarily enjoy. But we can always come back and throw a bunch of dark spots around it. Something like that. Goes down. Because sometimes it just needs like a little bulk by just throwing in another layer or two. And then it doesn't look so like airy. Hi, Super Saurus. Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? We're just working on building some trees in creative mode. Oh. Shouldn't be too terribly difficult. We are like getting relatively close to finishing this one. So of course we'll have to go back in and do a little bit of like extra design on the edges. So how do I fill in? Oops, not this section. Like all of these are fine, but how do I fill in these sections reasonably? Watching this while drawing? Oh, what are you drawing? I think overall the shape of this is quite a bit nicer. These will need to be stretched out quite a bit. Not all of them. We don't really need... Yeah, oh, I just forgot this part. We don't need every single part of this to droop like all the way down, but some of them definitely do need to droop down quite a bit further than the others, and I think that's something to keep in mind, is that it looks a little weird when all of them droop all the way down. So we'll have them as mostly slightly tighter clusters at the top, and then in their subsections, those drip all the way down. Nice little droopy clusters. Whereas ones up here like this will have a bit smaller sections of the leaves drooping down. And then at little areas like this, we can just fill in the leaves like so. And then add a little bit of bump up on these. Oh, about that. Lilac Ice, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. The heck? You didn't need to. Your willow tree at elementary school was so nice to sit under and read. It's very fair. Willow trees are like the perfect shade tree. Maybe some of those ceiling flowers too. Oh yeah, spore blossoms just to get some particles in here. But again, that's not like super important when it comes to designing this. They're a nice aesthetic to add at the end, but at this point in the middle of the building process, I don't think they are like the most important thing in the world. It's not gonna be like it makes the tree look better overall. Then these all somehow need to be brought in together. So let's just do a thin, a thin loop around all these branches. My goodness, make it stop. All these misplaces. Yes, thank you. Thank you. You're too generous. My voice seems to be like going a little bit, despite the fact that I am drinking water today. It's getting like lightly raspy, which is interesting because that has not happened in quite some time. Oh, and tomorrow I get to go to the doctor and be like, hey, what's wrong with my knee? Please tell me. Please help. Sometimes it's hard for me to walk without being uncomfortable. It was very cold last night. This is true. It was. It's very, very, very cold. But like, do you think it's gonna get substantially colder again anytime soon, Leo? I hope not. In case you don't know, Leo, moderator Leo is my roommate. Same thing with moderator Sammy. Okay, if we pull these down a little bit. Yeah, okay, I like that. So we don't have to cover up these branches a lot, just very, very, very lightly. Yeah, so you can see a little more of a hint in there, and we don't have to throw on a bunch of leaves to just cover it up. This doesn't... But like, how do I fix that? Just more droop to it? Because then we do things like that, and then it looks a little strange. Negative 37C? I don't believe you. That's way too cold. Why are you designing trees? Because I feel like it. I don't have everything for the project that I'm working on, the hardcore world. So today we're just taking a bit of a lazier day to do other things. Like designing trees. Just what I like doing in my free time sometimes. Why are you designing trees? Fox, no, stop it. Don't stop yelling at me. I don't know, because I want to. Why does anyone do anything at any time? Because in some capacity, that's what they've chosen to do. Is it just because some of these aren't long enough? I know. Why does it feel like the parts that are dripping down are not really like dripping down enough? But I can't really put my finger on what exactly I'm talking about. Do you understand? Are you already editing, cutting the new video? No, I'm not. I'm still working on it. As I just said, I'm still waiting on the storage solution for the project that I'm currently working on. So I'm taking a break today to do the next one. Make a vine block. I mean, we will be adding in vines as well, but like, I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's really like drooping enough. Like, what do I do? Just throw in even more perfectly straight vine sections? Because it feels like if all I do is just pull these down to be longer, it's not gonna look better. It's gonna look really weird. But we can try. Yeah, and I need to remember to keep it somewhat balanced on the inside here instead of having everything the longest over there. Well, don't have those be the exact same height. Don't have those be the exact same height. I think a part of it is also just because the leaves aren't thick. So when it looks really weird seeing all of the blue behind it. Whereas when I go up here, that looks a bit more normal. It's so confusing. Maybe I should work on non-willow trees and just do a different kind. I'm not a master of these for sure. That's kind of what the point of the practice is. These aren't really bending under any weight and there's no actual canopy. I mean, it's Minecraft. They can't ever bend under any weight. Let's see if we pull one of these all the way down. Giving makes it look like it's quite a bit heavy over there. These are pretty droopy. All right, thank you, Vox. Vine block's trying a glowberry vine, making a double vine block. What? put vines on the outside of glowberries? You realize you can't do that though, right? That's not a thing that happens. Some denser looking leaves, yeah. I mean, I could always turn the fancy leaves down and then they immediately become significantly denser. Yeah, all of the Minecraft leaves are pretty airy. Which is why it's like, should I just be making the canopy out of like moss instead? So that way it has like a bit more weight to it. Instead of these really, really thin, breezy branches. Yeah. And then let's pull this one down more. Oh. Not even look like it's drooping over it. I think a little bit, yeah. Building a portal-based gold farm in the Nether perimeter. Keep from there or not. You're generous. Do you mean curious? Yeah, I am building a portal-based gold farm in the Nether. Thank you for being generous. The storage solution is a little confusing though. At least from Kiku's suggestion. I don't really understand it, so I just gotta wait for more feedback. Ideally tomorrow, then I can just build up the whole thing. Shouldn't take... I say that a lot though. It shouldn't take me more than a day. There's a good chance that it will take me more than a day. It's just a lot of update suppressing. Yeah, and this needs to be a little bit taller on this side. Like the weight is kind of more forwards here and not on that section. Is that a little bit better? Yeah, I think it's getting better as I go around and continue to work on it. I don't think I'm overworking at this point because for one, it doesn't even look like it's finished. So how could you overwork something that's not even done yet? For instance, and the storage used in the V2 wool farm. Yes, no, I knew his name after you mentioned it. Because you have talked about him before. And I've heard his name mentioned for other storage tech stuff in the past as well. Just didn't know you had a direct line. Trust the process. Yeah, remember when we started? There wasn't even any leaves at all. It was just sticks. Just vertical sticks. And now look at it. Still mostly vertical sticks, but they look different. And that is something to be said for art as a whole, I think. Let's do this. Pulling these down quite a ways. I do kind of want to swap out all of these with like moss or something, just to see what it would look like if it was just a lot denser. That is my way of pretending something's a lot denser by just going. So this back here. This is too flat. Yeah, and then these just need a little bit drooping down. Not a ton, of course. These are just to connect it to the main tree part over here. So these don't need a lot, just a tiny little amount. That up. That one needs to go away. Right, like that. That's fine. As long as it's connecting it back into there. This in here definitely needs to be pulled all the way around this branch. We don't really need to do more than like pretty much this. If I can fill that in reasonably well, then it should be good for that. Yeah, when you can see through the branches, it does look kind of funky. The question is, do we do a bunch of shading with all the birch leaves this time? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Who's to say? Who's to say? Could go poorly. I mean, I can always just like world edit, paste them back. It's not going to be super difficult. We'll be adding in the other leaf types at the end. We're not going to do that right now. Something like that. This section feels a little empty. So we'll fill this in. Oops. Just so there's a little bit more thickness coming this way. A little around this. Yeah. It does kind of look like the reference I'm looking at, but I don't really like it. I don't like the other one either, though. I definitely don't like the looks of that. What if we make this droop a bit more? I just wish I could round these things a little bit. No, the second willow is not too tall. You just have to put it next to something that's bigger than it, and you'll be like, wow, that's a small tree over there. They're trees. Trees get to be quite exceptionally tall. Let's throw one in from here. And then I can start throwing in vines, which I think will help quite a bit. You can make the really thin branches, but you kind of suggest branches with leaves elsewhere. Let's go from here. I just want to do this very quickly. Place dark oak leaves with green glazed terracotta. Whoa. See, like that, I don't like it, but like that already feels somehow more like a willow tree, because I think the leaves are just like too airy. That looks super funky though. What about green wool? Moss blocks. You know what? It doesn't look terrible. It doesn't look terrible. For thin branches, I wouldn't use lighting rods. I'd just use more fences. Ryan, are you gay? Not trying to be offensive if you think. No, I'm not gay. Green glazed terracotta, not a joke. Max, you like this one the best? That's so funky though. If it didn't have this like white circle in the corner, absolutely. If it was just the wavy green. Also not bad, just color scheme a little bit. I'm not the biggest fan. I'm not the biggest fan. What if we put in just green terracotta? I think the best thing to do would be to use a mixture of like these blocks. Those are pretty much the same color. We could do this for highlights. Right? Did you type it as green glazed terracotta would start? Yes, I did. So they're randomly oriented instead of all the same one. Which would mean we should replace everything with green wool and then use green concrete, green terracotta. With green wool. Oh, wait. Wait. How does moss fit into this grouping here? Okay, well, I didn't mean to get rid of the terracotta. Does it go more like that? That's where does the moss fit in here? More of, because it's like darker but like not in the same way, you know, like it's brighter than this. Is it overall brighter than green wool? Saying moss instead of the wool, something like that. Made out of wax, lightly weathered cut copper stairs. That's not gonna happen. Some willows are shiny. Yeah, I guess we can do it with lime. That's not like it's a huge complication. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of that either. I hate to break it to you. The moss seems kind of noisy. Yeah, but also the leaves are noisy. This is kind of what happens. Wait a second. With the not vines, but the how does it look with the glow lichen on it to add like a leaf texture to it? That is an ugly gray, isn't it? Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of that. Because I think what we should do there, brush shear of green wool, size 0. So we can always paint in here. You know, we can always paint in different colors to give it a little bit more like texture and shading to it. Hot take, you like the lime? I don't think that's the hottest take in the world. I don't like it though. And that's the most important take because I'm the one designing it. Let's do this. Essentially same thing, but this will be green concrete. Yeah, and then just kind of like paint these in. Oh, but then we have to go like real hard with painting and texturing these things. No, melons are too bright green. Maybe for the highlights, but not for like any of the main body of this. Because that's just not the right shade of green. Okay, let's grab this. Oh, not green concrete. This will be green glazed terracotta. And then you just do a little, whoa. I don't know. I don't even know anymore. I think the whole thing should be more yellow. Hi, Maddie. This is the very confusing part. Let's see. Because what we want. These sections. Oops. If we have something like this, I'm still just trying this out because we can always just paste it all back. Yeah, because these are the darkest colors in here. What about, oh, that's the wrong one. The thing is, I don't think, where would that even like fit in? Just like in the corners a little bit for where it's gonna be darker. And then these other middle sections would be mostly just moss and green wool. Let's make this one moss. Moss block. Because this is more of the like highest tone. And that's the darkest one. I don't know. I don't know. Whoops. Definitely not that. Definitely not those either. Go to Tomorrowland after tonight. My WC kiss. All right, David. I don't really understand what you said, but good night. Goodbye for now. Have fun at Tomorrowland. Work, but maybe add grass around it. The thing is, at the end, we can always just bone meal the top of this. This is highlight, middle, and then shadow. So we can do something like this. And shadow. Something like that. Yeah, where the interior is darkest. Well, we could have it be like a little bit of a highlight on the end, don't you think? I'm not much for painting trees. I'll let you know that right now. This is definitely a new experience for me. Glass panes at the end of the droops. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Something like that. Does that section here, does that look better than this? I think so, but I don't think it's so drastically better though. No, the lime, I think the lime terracotta. Well, I mean, it's definitely better than the glazed terracotta. It's just kind of like brown. I don't even know where I would put it in this. They're just texturally different. It's very confusing. No, we're not putting propagules on it because this is 118. There are no propagules. They are suggestions, but they're not applicable ones. We'll do something like that. Add a little bit on highlight on the edge of these. No, I think that looks better with that. Or maybe darker at the bottom. Maybe this at the bottom. No, that definitely doesn't look better. What about the green terracotta? That doesn't look, it's so confusing. Wait, this is green concrete. Green concrete, green terracotta. It's tough. It's very tough. Leaves at the bottom? I'll try it out. Is that jungle leaves? It's the wrong one. I don't know why I immediately went to look it up again. Dark oak leaves. No, because then we get the problem where this is just so see-through that it looks really, really off. You know? Like, it has to either be like all leaves or none of them. Yeah, this is for the assets, but this is like so confusing. Willow trees are so hard. Azalea leaves are less see-through? Yes. I suppose they are. Not by a ton. Because look, you put 3 there and it just looks blue more than it looks green. Leaves are just really, really see-through. Grass blocks with better grass on? Absolutely not. I hate better grass. I think it looks terrible. Yes, Leo. What? No, they're not yellow. Okay. These like strands of hair. Yes, those would be willow trees. Moss blocks. Green concrete. And well, there needs to not be a space there. Green concrete and green terracotta and green wool with dark Oak leaves that are persistent. True. I feel like if we are going to be painting in the leaves to look different, it does look better if we are doing it all with leaves, similar to this one. But it's tough. Definitely throwing in moss and vines though. Moss. Glowberry vines. And then I need shears. Because this should at least help fill it out, despite it still being very, very, very airy. It's so rough, but at least this has like brown in it, you know, mixed with it. Like a 60-40 ratio of moss and leaves make it look more dense. No, it just looks really weird when you do that, because we already tried that on the previous tree and it's just not a good combination. It just looks really off. Maybe make that one a little bit thinner. Because that's, I mean, it's filling it out a little bit, not a ton, but it is non-negligible. Now something needs to be right here in the middle of all of this mess. So put a moss there. No, I'm not putting regular vines in. I hate regular vines. And then it just ends up being a bunch of string involved to make them stop growing, and it's just all around terrible. It's not something I'm going to do. Not now. I really don't like doing it ever. Sometimes it is kind of like the best option, but I never do enjoy it whenever I have to do it. Yeah, this does fill it out a little bit. This is so tough. Also, Minecraft didn't let us share the ends of vines with glowberries and other vines. It's definitely just because they didn't want to recode all the vines, I don't think. Because the glowberries were just new and they added that on. Which means it's in the regular development cycle of making them. What? Oops. What if this one drops a little bit lower? I don't think that necessarily makes any of these look better. Brush spheres of azalea leaves that are persistent, size 0, and then we just throw those in as a little bit of a highlight on top. Which will at least add, I think, a little bit of dimension to this. Yeah, and then I think we just go back in with the birch leaves to just add a bit more shadow to it. Otherwise, I don't really know what else can be done with this besides just spending all the time to reshape it. And if we're going to reshape it, we might as well just make a new tree, you know? You'd have to put string under all of them? Yeah, and that's just not a fun way to build. Something like that. There should still be a couple more in here. Not this one. Yeah, I think that helps out quite a bit. Stalling building the gold farm? No, I just am waiting for part of the storage of the gold farm because Kiku's gonna optimize it more for me, so it's less likely to break. And since I need the storage before I build the farm, I'm just gonna wait. Otherwise, all the items will just pile up and crash my game. So, not really stalling as so much as like just waiting 1 day more. The building, it's not going to be a problem anymore. The storing all of the gold is, because we're getting like 140,000-ish nuggets per hour. Which is going to be, it seems like a lot, but really it isn't all that much. Because you have to remember, we have to divide it by 9 to get how many ingots we're getting an hour. Which is, you know, significantly smaller, unfortunately. Let's do that. Yeah, those are all highlighted. I'm definitely not the best when it comes to painting all of these things. Live in a willow tree? You're gonna have to become a bird then. That seems to be the only manageable way. I don't know how else you'd be able to manage living in one. They're not big enough for like a person. Would be nice though. Forgot to highlight this side. Let's throw in some more up here. And then of course we'll go back in with essentially the same thing, except it'll be birch leaves to add in a bit of shadow to it. Like in these recesses, a little bit like in here. Essentially all of those like little crevices and stuff. Add the birch leaves and leaf it be. You don't think I should be adding in more vines still? I definitely am not going to be adding in all of the fences for extra branches because I just don't think it looks all that good. But hey, it was a good suggestion for at least one tree, so we went with it for one. Right there. Yeah, this one doesn't get as many highlight blocks in it. This one's going to be a little more in shade. It's, you know, underneath the other one for starters. Paint the top of this one in kind of randomly. Yeah, this mixture of blocks would be somewhat annoying to get. Like, I will spend all the time getting the dark oak leaves in survival, but farming azaleas is somewhat annoying. Despite the fact that you can actually build an AFK-able setup for it. Part of it still seems like it's just a little too much work, you know? This is the amount of detail you put in your building. Oh, I put in more than this usually. But this is just a tree, so we're not going to go that crazy with it. We're just painting on a little bit of extra color here, so it, I don't know, so it doesn't feel so flat. Because that's currently one of the things that we're struggling with. It just feels like a really flat build. Don't add fences, just put the leaves where branches look like there should be. I mean, that is what we've done with the leaves already. That's kind of, yeah, that's kind of just how you build trees. Let's see, add something like that. Yeah, okay, let's add in same brush, except instead of azalea leaves, they will be birch leaves. And then we can throw in something like that. What happens if we just put it on the very bottom of the leaves? It almost seems like it's like a little too dark to just go in like that. They really need to be put more on like these sections where, oh, it's clearly much more shaded, therefore we have darker sections of leaves. More so than like, oh, the leaves are fading to being darker. But those should be fine. Throwing in a couple like underneath these should be okay. Doesn't really have the most use on the inside of the tree. We can still throw some of those in. That definitely adds a bit more dimension to it. As we go back, keep vibes. Really love the content. I thank you, Toxic Edges. Why are you building trees? Because I feel like building trees today. This is why I say it doesn't really matter what I do on stream ever. I will still have to answer the question of why am I doing it every single day for the rest of my life. I don't know why. It doesn't really make sense. Should be pretty obvious. I just feel like doing something, therefore I'm doing that thing. You know, like, why do you do anything? I'm assuming at some point it's because you want to do it. Yeah. More about the brain of the viewer, fill in the blanks and make the tree more unique for everyone. Let's see, throw these in, make that a little bit darker. That darker. Make that a little bit darker. Those ones. Let's make this one dark oak. That way I don't need a an undo button. I can just paint back over it. All of these ones. And these should also be darker. So they can fade back into brighter ones at the bottom. Yeah, these ones are definitely a little more in shade. So they should be quite a bit darker. But anything that's like underneath of this overhang wise, I feel like we can just darken up a bit. Especially any of these ones on the interior. They can definitely get hit by a little bit of birch leaves. Just to add a little bit of darkness to it. That way there's a little bit of shaping going on, despite the fact that we only have solid blocks to build with. Dark oak and regular oak have different textures with the same colors. Yeah. So they're like somewhat useful for building, but you can essentially just use them indistinguishably because the texture is not drastically different. But there was a time in which Max didn't believe me that they were different, despite me telling him the truth. They are just a little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit. Okay. Actually pull that one down a little. Then darkness here. I feel like I'm missing just a large section. I don't think I did up here. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, all of this can be darker in here in the middle, where these all come together. And then these ones, of course. Sprinkle some more back in here, just to have a little bit of, well, we can go back a little bit just of dither over here. Make these ones darker. Oh, and then the top of this tree should also be quite a bit darker, because this is definitely in shade from its location below that section. So all of this here should be quite dark, just to emphasize all the shadows. And of course we already have shadows on the tree, but this will just build on that like quite a bit more. And then this one can also be a lot darker. It's in the middle, same as that. Yeah. Oh, I don't think that one was supposed to be hit. Nope. Now we can go back. These ones can be a little bit darker. Especially all of these. Maybe these in here as well. This needs to be dark as well. Oh, everything within here can also be darkened, which I kind of wish I could just keep the texture of the dark oak leaves, because the birch leaves are just like a little too thin. I really wish that they weren't so thin. It's kind of hard to work with them. Go up a little bit. The trees in your world. Change my mind. You can use the trees to theme the gold farm. No, we're not putting these in the nether. That's way too much. If anything, I'd build a tree out of just like solid gold. That would be very tacky, but I think it would look kind of sick. A solid gold tree in the nether. Not that I would put it in the nether, because I would kind of make the whole farm not work. You know. That's better, yeah? What do you think of that? I think compared to when it was all just one leaf color, at least it's a drastic improvement compared to that. But I think what we need to do for right now is still add in more of these vines, because we didn't finish this up. So we still need to throw these in everywhere, but then I think we can just kind of be done with that. Which means we're just filling out this space a little bit with vines. It's fine with me. This is easy. We're just pulling these all the way down. Come on, stop trying to eat it, buddy. We're not that hungry. And then some over here. Yeah, and then this is where we start throwing in more moss, just to get a little more support for where we can set these down. Yeah, I think that definitely adds, like, it's subtle, but like it definitely adds to the texture of this whole thing in a very, very pleasing way. Is it going to be convenient to build? No, absolutely not. But is anything that's beautiful ever convenient to build? I don't really believe so. I wish it was. Then I would just make a bunch of things that are really convenient to build. So like that. We can throw a moss block in here. Excuse me. Yeah, that fleshes it out quite a bit. Really just fills in the empty space. Add shroom lights and leaves? No. We're going for realism here, not fantasy. In general, in real life, trees tend to not have lights inside of them. Sometimes around Christmas they do, but that again is relatively unnatural. That is a human construction. Let's do that. Oh. Okay, there is one thing here. This seems a little thin. I wonder if it'll look fine after these are thrown in, or if it'll still look like it's a little, yeah, if it's like a little thin at a specific angle. Throw more in here. Thing is, it is just like, it is a little bright. What do these look like with shaders on? Please don't crash my game. Oh. Yeah, everything tends to look good with shaders. I actually think it looks better without shaders, to be honest. I think this makes them like a little too bright. Yeah, that was very laggy to turn them on. I think they're okay with shaders, which is really weird. Normally it's substantially better with shaders, but I guess this time around that is not the case. Let's keep throwing these in. Trying not to fall asleep while I work. Please don't say mean things about me. I will in fact hear it. What are you working on right now, Ellie? Let's put these off the bottom here. I would really like potentially a vine right in here. But I think the only way to do that is to do this. Yeah, that way it'll cover up that moss block for when I throw that in. Yes, that's pretty nice. This I also think is a little too far down. It's a little bit better. Are there vines on every section? Not the tip of this one. Wolf farm need to get the sheep in and get them all sorted. Yeah. Moving the sheep around in a wool farm is really annoying. I wish you the best of luck. I've never really enjoyed it. Let's do that. It's not the worst tree in the world. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but like, what, we spent an hour and a half on just this one? We could have built something else. Yeah, I guess you don't have to push glass blocks inside of the sheep's heads. Oh God. Stop that recording as well. Let's see. I don't want to make another willow tree right now because I know it's gonna take a long time, and I definitely don't want to make them that size because I don't think it does justice to it. They definitely need to be bigger. Right? Wouldn't you say that the one on the right is a drastic improvement that compared to the one on the left? So for the SMP? No, yeah, absolutely. That's the whole point. Which reminds me, stick. But yeah, painting in all of the highlights and shadows is definitely the way to go. My God, it's tedious though. New selection, willow tree 00001. Okay, let's select this. So that way we can make a schematic of it. Up over here, up one more. That goes in this corner, up one, checking, yes. Area editor, save schematic in the new folder. Oops, trees, new folder called willow trees. Save it as willow trees 001. Then of course we need to select the next one. That's the top, that's that side, that is this side. Probably there's close. Got that side in, that side in. The bottom's good. This would be number 2. Okay. Editor number 2, save as number 2. Then we go back to schematic manager and we say willow tree number 1. We'll set a preview for it. Like this. Just so we have an image for it, and then we'll go to willow tree 2 and set a preview, which is something that people really should do more with their schematics, but they tend to not do that. That way when we go to load them, we go to trees, go to willow trees, then we get a little preview for it. And you know, before you bother loading it in, a rough idea of what it looks like. You also see the size. One region, it looks nice. Also, are you in any way adept at making mini trees like the little ones made of fences? Do you mean like these ones? Because you can take any of these schematics, Ellie. But these are all specifically cypress trees. Also, I do not like this one. This one looks like trash. That one was an accident. Let me just delete it. I'm not a fan. I accidentally deleted all the branches too. There's like those. I need a variety of spruce ones and oak ones. I can find any good tutorials. I don't know if there are a ton of good tutorials for them. Oh, that's stressful. I think that's the most stressed out I've been building anything in Minecraft so far. It popped in my head when doing a let's play today. What gauge track are you on Choo Choo Charles? Literally no idea what you're talking about. I have not made a sequoia tree yet. I might at some point. I do really like this palm tree. I think this is my favorite one of all of them. It's not the most reasonable to build for sure. I think it looks pretty nice. This one's also pretty decent. It's a lot smaller, a lot more manageable. That one's just silly. And the Whomping Willow from Harry Potter, if that's all right with you. That is difficult. Not gonna do that. I wouldn't say that it would look bad. I don't think I'm the one that can do a spectacular job building it. My question is this at the point where I could just like cut out and repaste in the branches to make a new willow tree faster? Maybe. Right? Like if I go in here like this. Over here. Copy. Then we can just go like this. Rotate 90 degrees. Something roughly like this. Whoops. That's not where I meant to put that. Wait, did I only do 90? I meant 180. Okay, that's also not exactly where I thought it would go. Yeah, like that's significantly faster. And then, I mean, some of this is kind of like scuffed, but that's not the hardest thing in the world to fix. Throwing in some more branches, throwing in a couple more things over here. And I mean, none's really the wiser for this one. That's kind of weird looking. Oh, okay, not bad, not bad. Actually, this should be that can go away, that's fine. This can also probably go away here. But yeah, then we can do stuff like that where we just copy and paste different parts of what we already spent a lot of time working on and just use those to speed things up quite a bit. None's really the wiser. Yeah, of course I will have to go back in and like repaint these, but my god, the time save on this one. Think about that. Let's go here as well. Bop, 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 bop. Then we can throw these in. Oh, Rennie became invisible. Interesting. Very interesting. Right? Because that relatively looks like a different willow tree. I mean, we'd still have to do the bottom, but the bottom's like the easiest part of the whole thing. Certain point of my walking me through making miniature trees don't look garbo, please do. Well, like how, damn, okay, how small do you want them? Because I tend to make things really, really big. So I gotta know like what kind of constraints I'm working on. My eyes deceive me. Yes, they do deceive you because we don't have 268 members right now. We have 238, 240 maybe. I have to double check. I forgot to change that again. I need to change that because it would be nice to have the goal there, but we cannot have the goal there because it is not correct. Because YouTube is trash. That's all. That's really all it comes down to. When it comes to streaming, YouTube's just trash. Memberships right now, 233 plus the 6 from today. So we have 239. We don't actually have 268. I don't know why it just says the wrong number. Cypress trees would be the max size of them. Okay, but like I have many different sizes of cypress trees. I should have made them all scale wise just slightly taller. That's my bad though. Okay, with that all done there, this will go across. That's fine there. That's fine there too. This I think could actually just go like so. And then no one would really be upset about that. But then at least there's a branch kind of connecting it up. It does look a little funky going that way. Let me actually go like this. So that can go away there. Oops. Yeah, that's a little bit better. And then we can, of course, fix up this side as well. Bulk this out a little bit. Oh, it's so much easier where you can just copy and paste things. I'm going to see you one day if you want. I don't want to mess you while you're streaming. I mean, it would be easier if, yeah, you were just like flying around next to me, building things being like this big, that big, you know? Pull this down. Yeah. This section here is missing a little bit. Not the biggest fan of how that looks. That doesn't make any sense with this rotation. This is still like, oh yeah, this is way too thin here. It's like, where did most of the bulk go? Not entirely sure, but we should build it back in. That needs to go back in. This can come down. This can go like that. And then that can be pulled out. This can go something a little bit more like that. But then of course thicken this up a little bit. It's kind of a little square. Fix that. That's not bad. That's not bad for just like a quick one more tree, you know? Trying to say they love your videos and really hope you. Oh, I hope you keep going making content. Why, thank you, Onethi. I'm gonna keep doing my best making it. Ideally, it all keeps going well. Oh. There we go. We got a little bit of highlight painting coming in. Oops. Yeah, paint those in. This is the part that definitely needs to be the brightest because it's the very top of the tree. Yeah. Where else did I add in a bunch? Over here? Okay. Oh, this is so much nicer to be already at this point when I can start doing this. Actually, on these lives, is this for a hardcore project? No, this is for just a separate mini series of just giving people schematics and me practicing builds. I might build some of these things in the hardcore world, but it's not specifically what I'm doing this for. But yeah, if I build anything that I like really like, of course I'll just build it, but that's not the purpose, at least not of this. Let's see, highlight there. Okay, and then this is, yeah. So I should swap those out. This is the darkest section. So this area here should be darkened up a bit because of its location in the tree, where it's in the middle, where it's really dark. These should also be a little bit darker. Some of these can be darkened up a bit. Like that, just kind of accentuating some of those low lights in here. This should be bumped out a little bit more though. Let's paint these back in. This could really use another quite long one. Yeah. Oh, so these trees are looking great. Do you have a favorite one type of tree? That one's my favorite one so far. Oh, I do not like the angle that I just looked at that from. It looks so flat. Oh no. Don't look at it from that side. How did I make it like... Almost all of these end at the exact same plane. That's crazy. That's the only spot too. That just one big flat face on it. Oh, looks like it got smashed into something. I mean, this like over here is about the flattest it gets, but no one really looks at diagonals like they're weird. That's a little upsetting. Look good against the wall. It'll look like almost it's built for that, you know? That's the wrong block. There you go. Shadows on the inside. Shadows, a little bit of darkness. Maybe a little bit under here as well. Yeah, some of these back here. These should also be darker because they're, I mean, they're fully in shadow as well. Oh, okay, so here's part of the problem. That should just be part of the tree trunk. But because we have to rebuild the tree trunk, it looks really out of place. Yeah, this is gonna be... Let's do this. I'll build this with dripstone just so it's an easy block to replace later. Sliced by an electrical wire as well. Yeah, it's something you would find a tree that looks like that next to a telephone pole. They're like, ah, it's growing a little too much. We have to trim it back so it doesn't interfere with the telephone line at all. Could start a big old fire, so we're just going to avoid that. Is this normally how I go about building tree trunks? No, I normally start at the bottom and go upwards. But hey, this is what we got for right now. Maybe this will end up looking better than most of the tree trunks I've ever made. It's unlikely, but it's entirely possible. Back after taking an unplanned trip? Like unplanned vacation? Or you're like, ah, we ended up going to the store and getting some eggs, which are too expensive right now. My goodness, that's what happens when the avian flu hits and you have to kill most of the egg-laying hens that you have. What do they kill, like 60 some million? Just part of the reason why the prices of eggs are going up, or have gone up rather. Let's see. Yeah, make this a little bit thicker. How does that look for a trunk? I think that looks okay so far. This part here, of course, doesn't really make a ton of sense. Whoops. So we're just going to have to remove that. Also, shear that. Otherwise, you're going to get problems. Yeah, get rid of those, because that doesn't really make any sense. I think that's good. Also, looking at this, dripstone is not like the worst tree trunk in the world. You know? Like, it could be worse. It looks fine. It's very chunky. Did I end up making a bigger willow tree? I think so. I really want to fix this. It's been bothering me since I noticed it. like, would that alone even help? His biggest problem was just looking at it from this side. Why does it look so much weirder on that side than the other side? What about something like that? Do we just need more intermediary ones to just kind of like round out this whole section? Because then I have to delete the old schematic and then make a new one of this, which is fine. There's just something weird about it. I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's bothering me. No, I definitely don't like that. That makes it look weirdly blocky. Okay, highlight these. Highlight those. That's better. Doesn't look as flat, I guess. Not like it's anything spectacular, though. There we go. It's a little bit better. Maybe it's too tall. No, it's not too tall. It was just flat on one side. That was the problem. If anything, like maybe like this little section here, but like it's not overall too tall. And we just gotta replace those. Just to round it a little bit more. It's just unfortunate they all ended up being roughly at the same plane. Your first daughter Willow after your favorite tree, or not? First daughter? Are you implying that I'm gonna have more than one daughter? I gotta work on having a first daughter before having anyone consider the first daughter the first, you know? No, these schematics are going to be for everyone. The ones for the hardcore series are the ones that are for channel members only. Replace drip stone blocks with stripped spruce wood. Damn. And then we go in and smooth out the bottom of this. So it looks a little bit better, like super marginally better. Excuse me. Let's do. That's super weird. I don't really know why that's happening. Trying to just place them down and they end up changing directions on me. Let's do that. Right there. Maybe something like this. I do not like that. Drop that down one. There we go. I'm never really the biggest fan of all of the stairs to smooth out the base of the tree, but I think most people do like it. And that's not bad for like a faster willow tree. Like 20 minutes. Great building a seat. Hey, Shovel, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. I was just gonna ask you if you were free later this week to teach me how to paint things, because I don't remember what you told me about painting things, and it's really hard. How's it going? Yeah, normally it's just the hardcore stuff, but today it's this monstrosity and that monstrosity. Look, after all of the work I put in this tree, I found out that this side is mostly flat. So sad. It's so very sad. Maybe that'll help. Maybe. Yeah, it's just, oh, it's so flat. God, it's so unfair. I put in so much effort and then it was like, never mind. It's gonna suck. You can do that, just see me. Let's go. Hopefully, Kiku's free later today, and then I can get like everything that I need done this week. That would be so sick. That's networking, kids. I just did it. Let's go. I networked. Open source information, get a little knowledge and wisdom thrown my way around. Do I get a little nugget of Shovel's teachings after you get it? Yeah, I mean, sure. I'm not much for gatekeeping. I don't think Shovel is either. Shovel, do you want me to gatekeep the things you say to me? I feel like the answer is absolutely not. I can if that's what you desire. If it's the knowledge coming from you. But in general, I feel like just telling people the things that I know, because the only reason I know anything is because people told me, you know? A schmeckle of knowledge. Please, sir, just a crumb. Can I have some more? Oliver Twist, is that for more knowledge? Is that fine there? Yeah, this is gonna have to pop out a little bit. And then we could go a little shade there, little highlight drop in here. Not terrible. Let's throw a little bit of shadow at the bottom of that. So let's do that one and this one as well. I think would look nice. A little bit darker. Not of the gatekeeping. We need more good builders. Okay, thank you. This is one of the things I like about you. There are a bunch of people that are like, oh, I learned something. I'm just gonna keep this to myself so no one else can do it. And I'm like, I just like tell people, and that way they'll get better. And then when they learn something, they'll tell you, and then you can all collectively just get better faster. Otherwise, it's too much like how capitalism just stifles innovation. Oh, we found out a good way to do this. We are going to patent that and not let anyone else do it. And we'll hold on to the patent for as long as we can and we'll never improve. But nobody else will be able to do it. Aha, I see. Yes, yes, yes. Probably do that for a little bit of shading there. That's a thick bottomed willow tree. I feel like we should thin it out. What do you guys think? Is it good the way it is? Or does it need to be a little bit thinner on the base? That's all we're asking about right now. I feel like this would be slightly better if we just do that. Yeah. Doesn't read about capitalism. What I expect from a Minecraft street. That's what I talk about all the time. The only thing I would ever gatekeep would be a gate. So, fair. Slope the other side of the base? No, I mean just... I'm not talking about shape. I'm just talking about size. Does it seem like it's too big? Because personally, I feel like it's a little just all around. It's too thick of a base. I feel like it needs to be thinned out, maybe curve a little bit. Right? It's like it's really chunky to look at, you know? And I don't want that. I want it to be a little bit thinner, you know? This is why I normally build the trunk first. But copy and pasting the top around is an interesting plan as well. I think in the future I could always just copy and paste the top onto the base. Let's see. It's already a little bit thinner. Let's get rid of these though. But I got him where I want him now. It was never my intention to brag. Steal it all away from you now. But God, does it feel so good? Let's see. This is a little bit thinner, yeah. I think it needs to be thinner back here as well. Thin those out. Yeah? Or is that too thin now? This is kind of, is it 5 across that way? Definitely feels a little too thick that way. Yeah, we'll give it a little bit of a curve to it. Drop that down a little more, I think. Well, that was, I don't think that was the best decision I made. We'll put those back a little bit. Hey, you don't know unless you try. Let's see. Which means this should come in a little bit more. So that way it's got a little bit of a S-bend going that way. Right, that looks a little bit better. If we do something like that. I don't like these being at the same height. Then that's the same height. Let's try this on for size. Yeah, we'll go that way, this way, this way, this way, this way, this way, that way. Something like that. Yeah, and then to like that. Maybe something like that. This way, that way. Like that. Right, that looks a little bit better. It's just, I mean, it's all around. It's a bit thinner at the bottom. I think that helps out a lot. This is making it look like a palm tree. It's giving palm tree. Cheap art. Congratulations, Ellie. If you're still there. This looks like a palm tree to you? I mean, this, to be fair, is just kind of a perfectly vertical line. Maybe if we just made it look like it curved a little bit more. It just needs to be thicker base overall. Yeah, I'm a big fan of custom trees. Not always the biggest fan of making them, but like thicker base, maybe? Something like that. So it's a little more into the ground. No, I'm not changing the canopy. I'm just changing the trunk. That's all that we're doing right now. You can go above and beyond for extra credit. That's fine with me. But in class today, this is what we're working on. I hate that I always open that by accident. Oh, wait, what are the ignored keys? Config, debug, input cancellation, debugging, divine debugging moves. I don't think that this needs to be set to anything. How about equal and minus? I'm never gonna do that by accident. And that way I can move left and zoom at the same time. Place buttons on the ground and look like a log that goes up under the soil. That's fair. This is one way to go about it. What if I do just that? Nah, ooh, I definitely don't like that lining up. If it's off a little, that looks a bit better. What about something like this? Yeah, that looks a little bit more like a willow tree, I think. Tree trunk, slash trunk that branches off somewhat early, less palm tree. It reminds me to change it, keep forgetting it. I don't really get mods from it. I don't want to buy a piece. Oh, you want to get mods, but you don't want to buy a PC. Yeah. Already a tad bit better. Sounds good. So if we take off this here, and we instead add it as a branch coming this way. Not that anyone will know. Does that look better? Yeah, that does actually look a bit better. Even though those branches are going the exact same place. Whoops. Oh no. Oh, I broke it. Oh man. Get rid of that one. Get rid of this. Even though these are all going up to the same place, which is very silly. Actually fine. Okay, this needs to go down a bit more. And then, well, we can add in a little bit more to this. There, I think that looks fine for a willow tree. It's always good to have a reference. Yes, we are. Really good monster maker if I don't want to. Oh, never read that. Well, it can't be. Good job. Why, thank you. You're definitely in disagreement with some of the chatters in saying that. I like it too, though. So thank you. Yeah, do you think that's good enough for its own standalone willow tree? I mean, it looks different enough from this one. We did only take like this small section here and then rotate it around, which is not bad. Tree Fire thing is also because it's lower, it has more weight behind it, plus it just does have some credibility. Okay. Take a look. I'll take a gander. Let's see. Well, where did you throw it in? Your mods installed on here? Yes, I have quite a few installed on here. World share? Breaking down. I suppose we're definitely loud. Whoa, wait a second. Oh, Vola's thing looks cool. Some stuff that you made. I like your spiky terrain, which I mean is just spikes. It's just slash spike. But they look like little hedgehog mountains. It's kind of cool. The waterfall is, I think, the best one. Just the color gradient waterfall. That looks sick. Yeah, we have we have Archeon and Fast Async World Edit and oh, what is it called? Go Brush and Go Paint. We got both of those. Not that I know how to use those two at the end, but we got them. Dun, dun, dun. Thank you, Jules. Yeah, I think that's good for now. I can just be tree number 3. I think in the future what I should do is, well, let me actually, so before anything I want to fix this because this is driving me a little mad. Get rid of the highlights on these. And what I'm going to do with this, I think, is just break all of these out here. Take these out here. And pull this whole thing out more at like this height. Because this is the only part of this tree that I don't like, and it is just gonna keep like nagging on my soul until I fix it. Right? Because if we have that bump out quite a bit more, yeah, then it won't feel nearly as flat on this side, and then it'll be fine. I recommend copying a big tree and then doing scale on that duplicate. Scale point 8 should do it. Oh, and then fixing up the duplicated one like that to mess with making more copies of it. I will try out scaling 0.8 this one. Would you say that this one is big enough for this, or would you suggest a bigger one? That then from scratch? I mean, currently what I was doing was copying parts of this to make new trees. Because yes, the time saves are really like the thing I'm looking for the most. Is that better? Well, I mean, I gotta round it out a little bit more. Yeah, like that. Let's go like this. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, throw on little bits of texturing on this. Go like that. And a little bit of shadow on this. Have to kind of extend this out a bit because I made the canopy above it quite a bit higher. So this whole area is going to be a lot darker. So let's do that. Yeah, okay. Throw in a little bit in here. And then some moss. Shears as well. That tree should be big enough. Awesome. Okay, that's not backspace. Let's do that. Yeah, throw in some more over. Oops, here. Maybe some more like this. Yeah, but then it feels like there's something missing, like right here. Oops. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I definitely like that better. Okay. One here. Two. Let's go to the middle. Copy. Does it scale the clipboard or the original selection? I could just spell. No. Wait, can we also not have it? Paste the tree first? Okay. Do we not have skew? Okay. Because it does scale the selection, right? Not the clipboard. Okay, night for a second, right? Okay. You made it dark. I have made it bright again. Don't worry. Wait, I don't have scale. No. Is that something in a newer version of Archeon? There's resize, yeah. What? It's gone? Something went wrong there. And I could not say what it was. My friend decides I think it could be rounder. Yeah, I know. Oh, maybe. I don't know if I had one. That was weird. Okay, wait a second. I have an idea. Let's put this in the sky. Makes it a little bit easier. It's gone. That is 1.2. Let's outset to another 20. That's very confusing. That's something not correct. This is flawless. Yeah, it does just eat the whole tree. Let's do that. Ah, there you go. Very finicky. 1.5. Whoa. Thick boy. Not the greatest thing in the world, though, because of how it deals with the leaves. I think that's builder's utilities. Okay. Builder's utilities. We will have to look into adding that, because I have never heard of it before. What happens if we want it to be real tiny? 0.3. Oh, little baby tree. Whoa. Look at it, it's just a little guy. 0.8. Because that's what happens if I do that again. Oh. It simplified it, which of course, I mean, we gotta fix parts of it. And then just deal with this. I'm not sure you have a copy of the original, though. Sometimes big Archeon commands can reset your undo log. Good to know. Good to know. So I'll just take a schematic before I do anything like this. That way, if it eats my build, I can just paste it back in. That was a really weird sound. I didn't like that. Yeah, some of these are thinned out a little bit. What? Let's yeah. That's the wrong one. That looks a little funky. Yeah, and then we'll just heck. Oh, it's the vines because the moss is gone. Yeah. Watching from Max's server. Boki said hi. Why hello. Hello Max's server. How are you guys doing? I'm just messing around building trees today. Yeah, and then we can copy and paste this back down. But of course, this needs to be fixed. That's kind of sick though, that it takes some of them and turns them into slabs instead of stairs. That's pretty cool. What about this? Definitely don't want all of these to be the exact same height. But dang, did it do a very good job trying. That's impressive. Wish I understood how to make things like that. Oh, yeah, this. Okay, that's definitely not correct. Excuse me. Oh, pardon me. Okay, we made it out. Make a blooming willow. Be cool with the azalea leaves. Oh, to just throw some flowers on top. It would be interesting. No, I haven't thought about doing that, but now I'm thinking about it at least. Where before I was not. Yeah, add a little bit of dark underneath. Darken the bottom of these a little bit. Beautiful. Beautiful. We're actually making the trees look somewhat fancy. It's not terrible. It's not terrible. I do have to keep going around and looking for where it does this though, and just delete some of the blocks, and just shows like a couple logs hanging out, which we don't want at all. Like this as well. Yeah, it's definitely less work, but it does look, I'll give it to you, a little bit more like the exact same thing. He's banging the trees? Yes, of course I am. I was never gonna leave for a long time. Just a short time. Yeah, okay. Then we'll go over here. Whoop. Copy that part. That. Stand right here. Actually, we'll just do cut up. It was. I messed something up. Let's do that. Wait. Cut. There we go. I'll go all the way back down here. And then we'll paste this in. Once we mask the air. Otherwise, we'll just delete the ground. We don't want to delete the ground. That'd be kind of bad. That's not bad. There. And then we went from having spent a very long time on one tree to having 2 more additional trees. Hey, that was pretty good. Nice. I feel somewhat accomplished now, whereas normally I don't feel all that successful at the end of a day of building things. Let's go. Yeah, and that's more of a reasonable size anyways. That makes it fit a lot better with like this one, even though this one I don't really like the look of anymore. I didn't really like the look of it as soon as we finished it. Do I feel accomplished in general? Absolutely not. Why would I? Oh, let me go delete the second schematic real quick. Schematics, trees, willow trees, schematic 2, delete that one. And let's add it back in. Area selection, area editor. Oh yeah, it is still willow tree 2 because we didn't end up, whoops. We didn't end up going beyond that yet. Yep. There we go. There we go. Editor, save schematic, willow tree 2. And then we're gonna go over here. We're gonna make willow tree 3. There we go. That side. That side. This will be willow tree 3. Set the new name. Save it as willow tree 3. Oops. This will be willow tree 4. How many trees do you think you need to make like a full forest? Where you won't be like, oh, I'm just running into the same like plant, like the exact same copies of the same thing over and over again. How many do you think it takes to like trick people into making it feel like it's all kind of random? Just one? Just one and rotate it around and resized? Six, 7 plus 9, but rotate them all different ways. Probably at least 10, probably like 4. I like the shuffle says 1. Just one. Only one. Set, save schematic. Let's set our previews. This one's number 2. Set a preview for number 3. 7 minus 9. Oh, so -2 trees. That's a real usable number right there. Add a preview to number 4. Oh, 7, 2, 9. Not math. You're just making a range. Gotcha. Let's see. Yep. 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 Oh, beautiful. And 1/3. If you see the same tree more than 33% of the time, you start to notice. Wow. So 4 is you're saying what the answer is? Let's do this again. Oops. Get that out of here. 2 bad habits of just always typing in POS1, POS2 instead of just 1 and 2. Okay, now we're gonna go up here. We're going to paste this in. Oh crap. We're going back. I forgot that we masked out everything and we ultimately copied literally nothing. Let's try this again. Copy. Fly into the sky. Paste it in. What? What am I what am I doing wrong exactly? Someone please tell me. 1. How am I messing this up? 2. Copy. Okay. Then paste. All right, whatever. I don't understand what I did wrong, but I guess that's fine. We'll grab the middle of this. We'll outset it by 30 blocks. We will resize it to 0.7. Let's try that again. There we go. What if we resize that again by 0.8? And how similar does that look to that? Probably not drastically so. Okay, what if we go and then resize it by 1.2? No. Oh. Ooh, I don't know if that's supposed to happen. That's a little weird. Don't you think? I don't really... I'm not a big fan of that resizing on that one. That didn't look like it was supposed to do that. There we go. That was very strange. Yeah, I've never seen it do that specifically before. Very odd. You sliced it. I tried to put him back, okay? I tried to make him a little bit bigger. And you didn't like it. Let's see. We gotta get rid of those. I like that it does put in fences to try and match the shape. That's really cool. Get rid of those. Maybe we could put in something like that. Oh, a lot of these aren't going to be functional because they don't have the right blocks above them, which is very silly. Okay. Pull this down, pull that down. Yup. And then this, because we're using resized ones, it does look substantially similar to the other ones. This depends on selection size and the value entered, so I prefer scale. Okay, how do we get builders utilities, you said? Yeah. Is that just on Curse Forge? Or must we look elsewhere? Okay, get rid of those. Doesn't make a ton of sense when they're rescaled and put on the inside, since they're just for painting the exterior. Something like that. Yeah, and then a lot of just going around fixing things up. Yeah, that's a little too much going on in here. Then you just see I like that there are just some sections that are just like completely smoothed over. Like, it does an exceptional job for what we give it, but my goodness. Yes, we shall make a forest at some point with our newfound power of building. This, yeah, do that. We should probably connect the bottom and the top of the tree. That's just a personal opinion. Like, I know we don't have to. No one would really know except for whoever is building this. But I feel like it's just something that we should do because we know it's very silly to have the top and bottom of the tree not physically adhered to one another. Do that. That's just for me. I like having some small amount of realism when I'm building things. This is why I don't have all of my trees just floating in the air. They kind of have branches. More so than just the idea of branches. That's just how I prefer to build, you know? You know, chat, today's been a weird day. For sure. For sure. I don't know if it's gonna get much weirder. There's always a chance. But I never know. Yeah, throw some of these on top. Just try and help with the shape a little bit. Maybe even darken up some of these. Definitely make some of these interior ones quite a bit darker. That'll be middling range. Highlight that. That just like is really standing out a little too much. Let's shorten it just a little bit. Yeah, this one's a problem as well. You fix a little here and then the whole thing just falls off the side. That's not good. Hey Harlan Hacks, it's been a while since I saw you in stream. How you been? Let's throw this over here. Pop that down a little. And then we can go for another little bit of painting journey going around the top. My goodness. And then this side is flattened as well. That's not good. We gotta re-round off everything. I mean, I guess the more that we have to fix, the more unique this one will look compared to the previous one. Whereas if it was just a perfect rescale, then I mean, you'd probably never know. And it would just be like, wow, this tree looks exactly like the other one, but just really small in comparison. Darken those up a little bit. Yeah, no, not that one. I do like this way of painting things, just one block at a time. It's a little bit more manageable for me. That shouldn't be there. I've been but I'm making rice kielbasa, so life is good right now. Very nice. My plan today was to make like a chickpea curry, but I forgot to start soaking all of the chickpeas yesterday, so I just ate leftover pasta again. But I remembered to soak the chickpeas for tomorrow. So tomorrow, chickpea curry. Today, sadly, this is just leftovers. But that's just how life goes sometimes. Especially when you just forget everything you're supposed to be doing. Let's throw a little bit of contrast back there. Yeah, maybe a little bit up here. It was sad. It was very heartbreaking. The food of gamers. I mean, most of the things I eat are just leftover, but that's because I have an inability of cooking the correct amount of food at once. I just cook way too much. And then I eat it for days because I don't know how to cook for just like one person. I only know how to cook for like 6 people. It's all I know. To be fair, I did grow up with a lot of siblings, so everything that I like ever watched being cooked was always made in very, very large batches. Throw in a little bit of darkness in there. Something in this. Bring those up a little bit. Oh, gotcha. I think that's pretty good. Is there any more just random branches exposed? I don't think so. Let's add in a new brush. This one will be for brush sphere of moss block size 0. Perfect. I fixed it. We didn't have to redo the vines at all. Very nice. After recipe I learned from my mom for multiple servings, I forget sometimes you just cook for one. Like, I don't know, cooking a bunch of food at once and then just eating it over the next couple of days is fine. Like, I enjoy doing that. There's nothing wrong with it. I get to eat the food that I like for a long time instead of a short time. It's not bad. Oh, this side looks a little weird. Fix that up a little bit. Wait, those shouldn't be there. Let's do this. That is one thing that I kind of totally forgot about when it came to resizing these, that yeah, weird stuff like that was gonna happen and I'd have to go in and resize it all. Let's do that. At least it's not like a hugely complicated task to fix. I just have to go in and switch the block above it or just rebuild it, which is just, it's a line of vines, so who really cares? 12 years lately been sucks because my knee has been in pain constantly. It's like -7 Fahrenheit. I felt like my knee was going to shatter. I've also been having knee pain, but at least tomorrow I get to go to the doctor and hopefully they schedule me for some appointment, so at some point in the future my knee is fixed. But we'll see. Maybe the doctor just laughs at me and he goes, you think I would help? And then just walks out. I don't know. Probably unlikely, but you never know. And doctors be weird people sometimes. Let's throw that in. I think that's good. I think that's good. Maybe darken that up a little. Yeah. No, this looks fine. This looks fine. We'll just take this as is. Whoop. One here. Are you taking a break from the nether project? Or did I miss the end of that? No, we did not finish that. I am just working on getting the storage figured out for it. So I can't build the farm until I have the storage, otherwise everything will break. And then cave vines plant. Oh, just putting wait, what? Replace greater than cave vines plant. Azalea leaves? Which would trying to understand this. You're saying to mask the air and then replace above the... Wait a second. Wait a second. Are these called different things at different scales? Cave vines plant? I didn't realize that they were called cave vines and cave vines plant. Yeah, so then you're just replacing the azalea leaves that are above. Oh, you're just replacing above these with an azalea leaf? Wait a second. You can't do that. Okay, I was gonna say, can you put an azalea leaf above it? Never flying on that command. You know so many things. You know so many things, Shovel. That's crazy. Let's go up here. Copy this. Now let's paste it down here. My bad. There you go. I mean, they look very similar for a reason. Hey, Goma, how's it going? Replace 0. Oh. Kind of want to like chop off that section. Bum, 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 bum. Maybe I will actually just a little bit on this, like this area here to the back. Yeah, just break this out. And then we can go in here. That's purely an aesthetic decision from what it looks like from above, which is not the most useful thing in the world. But hey, I mean, someone might look at it from above eventually, so why not have it look good from that direction as well, right? Because that'll make it look a little less, a little less weird. I like it. Not bad, not bad. And then we'll paint the tops of these. This can be a little bit normalized again. Then I need moss, which is this one. Bam. Let's go. Also differentiates a bit more from the other small one. Yeah, to just reshape one of them, because this one still sticks out quite a bit. That one sticks out quite a bit on that side and on that side. But again, it is just a rotated piece, so it makes sense that it looks that way. And it all came from this one. So we got 3 more with relative ease. And this one is what? Slightly taller than that one too? Not bad. This is a little too tall then. That's better. Yep, and then we'll fix up these a little bit. And this will be another one for the books. Not bad. Hey, look at that. Look at that. We got another one. Woo! Woo! These ones are, I think, the best ones of the trees I've done so far, which is good. That means there's some manner of improvement. We started here with the very silly cypress trees and an idea, and then we made a bunch of kind of funky looking palm trees. That one I personally hate. I think it's terrible, but it's part of the pack if people want it. I like this one though. This one's kind of funky. This one's the coolest one though. That one. This one's just classic palm tree. This one's very, very basic palm tree. If you want it to have a real vanilla Minecraft feel to it, that's your vanilla Minecraft palm tree right there. I don't know if you could get anything more vanilla than that. And then these ones are all much more interesting. I do like this one. I do like it now. Now that we put in all the time and effort, I think it's okay. Well, it could be better. But that's for the future, not for today. Maybe I'll make more of these tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see. It depends on if we get all of the sorting and storage figured out for the gold farm. Because if we get that all figured out, then I won't be building more of this tomorrow. I will just be simply working in the hardcore world, update suppressing portals, update suppressing more portals, update suppressing magma blocks and other things. You know, I'm gonna need to make so many no blocks. That's fine. That's fine. Who cares? Personal favorite is the willow next to the small one. This one? Or do you mean this one that's next to that one? Because that's a small one and that's a small one. But this is definitely the best one. Because that's the one we put all of the work into. You're gonna go? And goodbye, Comrade Toad. I will also be going in just a moment. Hi, Hazel Quinn. Sorry, I haven't been paying too much attention to chat today. I've been a little focused on building, and that is my fault. Let's see. This would be number 5. Set, save. Save is number 5. Set a preview. I'm learning. I'm learning slowly. And then we get to give all of these out. Then you can copy and paste these in if you want them. Which would be pretty cool. Especially this one. This one's the best one. That one's a garbage one for babies. Be entertaining us with your building. Just kidding, it's all good. Why, thank you. I'm glad it's all good. Also, hi, Daylove Bunny. I'm sorry, but this will be the end of stream for now. At least for today. I'm kind of burnt out of this. I need to talk to Kiku. Let's see if Max is streaming, maybe. We gotta see. No. No one else that I'm following is streaming either. Very sad. Okay, then we're not gonna redirect you anywhere. You're just gonna end it here with me. Thank you for being here while we've been building very lovely projects today. Oh, I just cracked my fingers. Yeah, it's been spectacular. Lots of cool trees. Why, thank you. Lilacs Ice. Lilacs Ice. Thank you for the gifted subs as well. For gifted members. Oh, my brain's all frayed all the time. Yes, thank you for your generosity. It was more than I ever expected from today. I just meant to sit here and work on trees for a little bit, is all. And yet you popped in with kindness, and I appreciate that. Glad you liked it, Crafty. We'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully with update suppression. Worst case, more creative building, which is nothing wrong with that. But yeah, goodbye everybody. I'll see you on the next one. Good.